type of weather condition. They understand the responsibility that comes with transporting children. They understand the parents are placing their trust in each and every morning, that this trust is something we take very seriously, and our transportation team honors that trust daily through their actions. We may operate behind the scenes at times, but its impact is seen everywhere. So tonight, on behalf of Maypearl ISD, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the early mornings, thank you for the long afternoons, and thank you for your patience, vigilance, and your steady commitment to safety. Board members, I ask you to join me in recognizing and showing appreciation for our outstanding transportation team. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you all.
Hey, can you guys come over here in front of the
And I forgot that I have a monitor named Lori, and Lori is my monitor. She's a bus monitor, so.
Kurt?
Oh, I have to take a picture.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. James, would you like to recognize your student? Or Ms. Coonrod and Mr. James?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We only have one of the students who we are honoring as Student of the Month here tonight, and that is Mr. Nolan Floyd. Nolan, if you can come up. So Nolan was recognized as one of our Students of the Month for January for his outstanding character and for all the wonderful joy and cheer that he spreads to everyone. If you know Nolan or if you see him interacting with anyone on campus, what you'll see is Nolan has never met a stranger. Nolan has a bunch of friends and a bunch of people that really appreciate everything that he does around the school, and that includes us as administration. Mr. Nolan Floyd. I think I'll take a picture.
Christine, over here in front of me. Steve, scoot. That's good. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Bone, did you have a staff member to recognize?
Okay, I really need to lower this. I do have a staff member. She was unable to come, but she is watching via live stream. So I was going to take a minute to read a few things so that she can hear them from her living room. The person that middle school decided to honor is Miss Simmons. Miss Simmons has worked for the district, I don't even know how many years, because she goes way back before me. She is our learning lab teacher, so she takes her time to work with any kid that needs any assistance. And let me just read, because I'll start crying. Miss Simmons is our matriarch. She brings the calm, wisdom, and compassion we need every day. From day one, Miss Simmons has been someone I could count on. She's answered her questions without judgment, shared wisdom without hesitation, and supported even on the days when I doubted myself. You didn't just help me do my job better, you helped me grow into it. You challenged me to think differently, encouraged me to step up when I was unsure, and you stood beside me when things felt overwhelming. Knowing I have someone in my corner who always has my back has meant more than I can say. Workplaces are full of colleagues, but it's rare to find someone who becomes a steady source of strength and support. I am grateful for her guidance, her honesty, and her loyalty, and most importantly, her compassion. She always sees the brighter side of things, and I don't know what I would do without her. Next, that was one person. No words could express how valued Ms. Simmons is at MMS. As a coworker and a friend, she is a blessing to us all. She is the consistent person each and every day for myself and the students. When I need something done, help with something, or maybe even just a kind word, she is always willing and with a smile. I appreciate her more than she will ever know. You can tell she truly loves the kids. She was made for the middle school students. She just gets them. I have loved knowing her these 10 years. She has become Nana to us all. Thanks for being you, and thanks for always doing what is best for kids. And another teacher says, Ms. Simmons truly goes above and beyond for every single student who walks through the door. She is the definition of fairness, patience, and calmness, even on the busiest days. Her room is constantly filled with kids seeking her help, guidance, and reassurance, which speaks volumes about the trust and respect she has earned. Students feel safe, supported, and genuinely cared for her in her presence. She builds relationships rooted in compassion and consistency, and she never hesitates to put in the extra time and effort to ensure students succeed academically and emotionally. Her impact on our middle school goes far beyond academics. She is a steady, loving presence who makes our campus better every single day. While she absolutely deserves recognition today, the truth is she should be celebrated every day. And she is also a bus monitor for the special ed students.
Yes, ma'am, she is.
So double recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Bone.
Okay, next up, we have the consent agenda. Can you turn your mic on?
I have a few questions in 6, specifically on our application for delay of teacher certification requirements. Just got that.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
No
By
problem.
an amazing bus driver that's walking by. Sorry. What did you say,
Could you
Mr.
tell us a
Cooper?
little bit more about the application for delay of teacher certification requirements?
Yes, sir. Actually, Ms. Shearman is here
Okay.
to talk and answer any questions about that you might have.
So by year 2930, all teachers must be certified, and that means completely like either an intern certificate or a standard certificate. Emergency permit is considered an insufficient certificate, so it's just making sure that we are meeting that goal by 2930. So this delay allows us the time to meet that goal.
So the application itself, where is the application? Is it filed to TEA, or is this a resolution statement to TEA?
It's a smart form that we're going to fill out to send to TEA, and then
Okay.
TEA will approve it. And if you look on TEA certification website, down at the bottom, there's a link that says delay of certifications, and you'll see that the majority of the school districts around Texas have applied for this delay of certification.
Okay, gotcha. So they're saying by 2030, there's not going to be any more?
Correct.
What they're trying to do away with?
Correct. And
And we're just trying to get to there?
Yeah, we're just trying to get there. And really, this doesn't pertain to a school district like us, because we do make sure that everybody's under some kind of certification. Like I said, we have a couple of teachers currently under emergency permit. But it's more for like the schools that are hiring paraprofessionals and putting them into teacher roles under their DOI plan. We don't do that here. Or for like the private schools and charter schools that are hiring uncertified staff members.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Josh?
Because that was pulled, you'll need to act on that specifically.
Okay. Okay. So we'll move that down to discussion action items. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda and the motion for the application.
I'll do it. Since make a motion to approve the consent agenda up to item 6K. In that motion, to adopt the application, just give me 1 second, for delay of teacher certification.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed?
Okay, when we look at enrollment report, as of February 24th, the elementary campus has 487 students, the middle school campus has 362, and the high school campus has 356 students, with a total district enrollment of 1,205 students. And Mr. Boone is going to present the finance report.
All right, so if you'll pull up the finance summary attachment on your board book. So we're going to look at our ADA as of the end of the fourth 6 weeks is currently sitting at 1,122.26. And so if you remember, we budgeted based on an ADA of 1111. TEA is currently paying us at the rate of 1140 ADA. And that, ends up playing out in the end with different weighted averages based on special pops. So as of the latest summary of finances, we're not seeing any settlement details just yet. So once I get that information, I'll start including that on these finance reports. But through that settle up process at the end of the year, we either get additional state aid from TEA, or in some cases, if they have overpaid us based on ADA, then we would owe the state. It hasn't happened since I've been here, so but there is that possibility. But as of right now, we don't have that information to give yet, so we should be getting that starting soon on those summary of finances. And then if you look at the next graph, that's our revenue and expenditures for the month end of January. So far to date, we've realized about 60% of our revenue. And then for our budget appropriations, the encumbered and expended amount is at 49% of our total budget. And then go on down. If you look at our revenue compared this time last year, we're up in total 230,405. And then if you look at the expenditures, this time last year we've spent 436,000 more this year than we had this time last year. A lot of that is, due to different increases in staff pay. And then some of the costs from that maintenance tax note that we did last year, that's going to come out this year in the expenditure side. On the child nutrition budget, you can see that his revenue is up just about almost 2,000 from this time last year. His expenditures are down 20,000, and so that was primarily due to a part-time position that we didn't fill once that opened up. And then if you look at the next page, that's our bond report. And so you can see what's been paid for expenditures for the month of January. And then if you look at the graph at the bottom, that's kind of the estimate of what's remaining to be paid and what the remaining funds look like. And what you'll see with an asterisk is that I did talk to our financial advisor, and we are able to leverage some of that arbitrage rebate payment that we have to make with the interest earned on the bond funds by using our INS fund balance. And so he gave me like the go ahead to kind of set an amount aside from that INS fund balance that he feels comfortable that we could use to make that payment down the line. And so that frees up a little bit of cash flow on our remaining funds as well for the bond. And then just other than that, does anyone have any questions on any of that? So other than that, I did want to make just a couple mentions. We're getting into the budget season for next year and planning. So I did want to kind of float around an idea, just something that I had, heard from our training at TASBO here recently. Mini budget sessions with board members. So the idea being like if I could meet with just a couple of you at a time to kind of go over where we're at in the budget process. That way, whenever we get to the point of budget adoption, it kind of flows a little easier and seamlessly, and you have an understanding of kind of what the budget looks like as a whole. So if y'all are open to that, I would love to get some dialogue with you guys of like when the best times are that you're available, and we could start setting up some periodic meetings for that.
Yeah, I'll help coordinate that with you.
Awesome.
When would you like to have those completed by? Deadlines make deals.
I was kind of envisioning it starting maybe in May, and then like July being the last of those meetings, and then leading up to that budget workshop that we do in July for the board meeting.
Sounds good. All right, we'll coordinate that.
Awesome. And that's all I have, unless you have questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Are you going to bring coffee to those meetings?
I will.
Okay. Steve wants donuts.
Okay, 7C, the Board of Trustees general election, again, is on May 2nd, 2026, and the ballot candidate information. Right now, the ballot does have 3 candidates that will be on that ballot, Mr. Jared Wright, Steve Cooper, and Annette Kennedy. And so that's just for you guys, for information for you guys and for the public to know that we do have 3 people running for that spot, for those 2 spots. Anyone have any questions about that? Okay. And then we have a representative from Gallagher here. Oh, no, I skipped something. Region 10 Board of Trustee Trainings. Ms. Smith has put in a couple of training options for you guys into your packet. If there's something that you would like to attend, the first one is on March 21st, and if you do want to attend that, there is a paper copy as well as online in your board book. If you want to do that and fill that out, she can get you registered for that if you're interested. So let me know or let her know, and we can make sure we get you registered. And then there's also an opportunity for a summer conference in July 30th, just for your information. And now at this time, we do have a representative from Gallagher who is here to give us a bond construction update.
Good evening. How are y'all today? So, talking with Ms. Votal, we are in the culinary and kitchenary and the, what do you call it, the CTE area with all the classrooms are essentially done. We're actually bringing the final cleaning crew will be in there tomorrow to clean it out. Culinary is very close. We're lacking some stainless closures that were supposed to be here this week for the fume hoods. They pushed them out to me next week, but we anticipate having them and finishing the ceiling, and they're right there to it. Everything else is done. We have this is what I'm communicating. We have the fire marshal final. It's going to be next Thursday at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, and the fire, Action Fire that's worked with the school district, he's coordinated with Trey. We've got an email to the city to get it done. So once we get that done, then we're kind of just a couple little tidbit things in that area, and that area's done. Now, we are gonna be, those 3 gas ranges, those are coming. They're shipping March 13th, and a couple of days shipping straight, and they're gonna put them in right afterwards. And there was a single refrigerator that came in, it's supposed to have been a double. So we've actually, that's in place. They have one that's available, a slightly different model, so we're seeing if the architect or the consultant is good with that. And if so, then he said that one's readily available. So some of the items throughout the rest of the school, we've done a big effort of getting them fixed, a lot of the access controls and everything that we talked about last week. Cleaning of that tile, we've got a big crew coming in this weekend. I hope they can get it done, but we're going to finally figure out what it's going to take to get it done, pressure wash the outside of the school. And there's still a short laundry list of things to do, like test and balance. They're going to be there Monday to continue with that, to wrap it up. And so we still got a few weeks of miscellaneous stuff, and then we need to, that life skills change out. We got to figure that out, and that's probably going to definitely need to be spring break.
Okay, and when you say miscellaneous items, I ask that if you could give us specifics about what that list is?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
can
have that?
highlight most of them that I can remember, so bear with me. There were some key cores that came in wrong, and they're on order. We're waiting for them. We're trying to expedite to get them here. I'm going to draw a blank here. There's a couple of, I wish I'd brought the list. I apologize. But the cleaning of the tile was a big thing, and like I said, that's going to be addressed. All the millwork locks, they have everything in now. They were missing 5, so we left them out of that area D, but those should be coming in. And if it's okay, we can get you a list. But also the tile that we need to put, we figured out there was an error in the original building behind the mop sinks. We need to put that out. We may try to do that. We can't do it this weekend, but we may try to do it next weekend. So we're going to try these next couple of weeks, knock out everything we can on that little. It's about 20 items or so. Some of it's very small, but it's a list to get completed. So, and then we'll punch it with the architect, so.
Okay, and so when we spoke last Friday, you indicated to me that y'all would need, instead of being done at the end of February, you would need an extra week in March to get culinary specifically done. But I just heard you say March 14th for the ranges, and so that's over spring break.
They're shipping the 13th from the factory. If you recall, there was an error in the spec, so they ordered them late. And I mean, we got them on order, but that's the fastest they could get them.
That error in those specs we've talked about for weeks. Or you've mentioned that for weeks, but when we talked last week, you told me March 1st, the first week in March was going to be that culinary specifically was going to be completed. So without ranges, that won't be complete, correct?
There's 3 missing, there's 1 there, so. And I know it's not necessarily correct, but we've actually ordered them without knowing that they're going to get paid for them. We went ahead and pulled the trigger on it because it was an error in the specs that the consultant put an exact quantity of what was required for the job, and that he put 1 in there and it should have been 4.
I'm going to dovetail off a little bit of what she's talking about. I think since we've entered this agreement, when you come up here to speak to this board, we're not here on the day-to-day campus, right?
Understood.
They're experiencing that. And most of the times you're unprepared. There's no checklist of, when we enter agreement to pay you a certain amount of money, you are the general contractor, right? You're responsible for all of these tasks that we agree that you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
No disagreement.
Okay. So for us to say that we, as governance, have done what we said to the public, we need to know on your side, and you say, well, there's a list of things. We need that list.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, no
Okay.
issues.
Thank you.
No issues.
Okay, so we could get that list to Ms. Votaw. She'll get that to us.
Okay.
Another missed deadline, sir. So I know you're tired of hearing it, but I'm tired of experiencing it. So we appreciate the hard work. Let's get this thing finished. Let's get it wrapped up. We need it done ASAP.
Understood. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Mr. Boone, do you want to talk to us about F, check payments list for January?
Or do y'all have any questions on the check payments list? I looked through it. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I think we're good there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's see. Discussion action items. A, let's consider adopting the 2026-2027 academic calendar.
And you have two calendars in there. They're the same calendar. One is more detailed for staff. Oh, come on, Ms. Sherman.
If you want to talk.
No, this is your handiwork, so no, by all means, go ahead.
Like she said, we have two calendars in there. One is more detailed for staff. It kind of gives, full description of what the expectations are, parent conferences and stuff like that. The other one's what we would push out to the community. It's more like the student/teacher 187 academic calendar. So do you guys have any questions regarding the calendar? Staff were did vote on two different calendars, and so that went out to staff. We had 126 staff members submit a vote, and this is the calendar that won based on that submission.
Was it a close race?
It was a very close race, like 49 to 50. There was two votes between.
Wow,
so, yes.
Is there any big changes that big differences, or what was the?
The difference is this one does not have a full week in the month of October for a fall break. The students will still get 3.5 days technically. It's just kind of over a weekend. That Wednesday that they're going to get out half a day would be the homecoming parade that evening, and then they'll be out Thursday and Fridays would be the homecoming game, so it'd give them a little bit more time around homecoming. The other difference is that in this calendar we would have off on President's Day and MLK Day.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve this calendar as presented.
Second.
Who's second?
Steve,
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right. Let's see. Consider and take action on State Bill 11, resolution from the 89th legislative session.
In your packet, you have a template with just a little overview. What I do want you to be aware of is that under federal and Texas law, our students already have the freedom, religious freedom in public schools. Students have, they can pray, they can read the Bible. What this Senate bill bill is proposing is that it has more strict requirements that each principal or each campus would have to identify a location where that would happen, and then you'd have to have parental permission, and then that would mean an administrator would have to oversee to make sure no one else was in that area. If a student, if they were either reading a Bible or having any type of religious activities going on. So right now they currently have that freedom. And we also have clubs. We have processes for clubs. So if students want to have clubs, there is a process for them to go through. But if we have students that want to read a Bible or bring any type of religious material for themselves to read, they have the freedom to do that currently. So, but we do have to act on this. So there needs to be a vote tonight. Either yes, we would be in favor of following this bill and putting those restrictions in, or no. And I've given you two resolutions on your desk. So we do need to take a vote tonight.
Okay. Any discussion? I can say that I have talked to several parents, teachers, staff, just tried to get pulse of the community on this. The majority of people, in the 95th percentile, were very much on board with not passing a resolution. That the religious freedoms that we have in our state today are sufficient, that they're fantastic. They give the kids what they need to be able to pray and read and do what they need to do for Bible clubs and whatnot. So from my research with the community, I can say that it was overwhelmingly to not pass this. It was going to cause a little bit of trouble for the teachers and for the administrators trying to paperwork all of this. This was going to be a paperwork kind of a nightmare, and our religious freedoms that we have today were sufficient. And I agree. I went through and looked at those, and they have the right to do it, what they need to do. So actually we have several clubs already that are doing very, very well. So
I would agree with that. I've talked to several people, and it's the same thing. Once it's explained, kind of the limitations that it puts on us, that it makes sense. It sounds good on paper, right, at first, if you don't understand the whole concept, but once it's explained, the majority of people I spoke with agree with this.
all right, then I will make a motion that the Maypearl ISD will not adopt a policy to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text as made optional by Education Code 25.0823.
Second?
A second, yeah.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, all four.
Thank you.
Treasurer?
Sorry, 8C, if you're considering Senate Bill 546, if you remember, Mr. Benton brought that to us earlier in the year to discuss the new requirements for that. And at this point, Mr. Benton is here to answer any questions that you guys might have in regards to discussion. But basically, he needs an answer from you guys as to whether or not you feel like we can, as a district, meet the requirements of this bill.
As y'all remember, I'll refresh your memory. December, I presented this bill. TEA is wanting to know if each district can afford the mandate of putting seatbelts into the buses that don't have seatbelts at a cost of $40,000 per bus. I did check with the one company that's doing it, which is Bucks Tire and Wheel in Fort Worth. They're authorized to do it. They have told me that it's going to be a full seat replacement and a full floor replacement also. Right now, they're the only ones doing it, and so I have to report back to the TEA of what our decision is. I have to have it in the notes. Can we afford to retrofit or fit, I think, 8 buses?
And that $40,000, did that include the flooring change? I know we were talking about that, might not.
That's the seats and the belts, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And is your mic on, just so people can hear you online? Is that right?
Now?
I just want them to be able to hear you if they're watching. Okay.
Yeah. That's all I have. I need a decision if we can afford it, if we can't afford it. I do want to remind you that we do have buses that do not have seatbelts in them, but they're also reaching their life expectancy. So I expect to be coming to you in another year or two to start planning to purchase new buses. So that's also something to keep in mind.
And a new bus about is?
The last quote I had was, we're right at $150,000.
Does that include, I did have a question because I couldn't remember. Are we just transferring all of our video equipment bus to bus, or does that include I know because that's a big expense, right?
It is, that I haven't asked.
Okay.
It should, I'm hoping, we're trying to update some of our cameras. We found that are a little bit older, and we're working through that right now. Well, when we get a new bus, that will be one of the questions answered. Is the way the salesman spoke to me, he's like, I can have you as many buses as you need in your yard tomorrow if you're ready to write a check. I said, I just need a quote, sir. That's
Sure.
it. That's all I need.
So I noticed also that most of the buses that don't have the 3-point harnesses are reaching their life expectancy.
Yes, sir.
So they're
Yes, sir.
all within.
They're all right at that
5 to 7 years?
2012 year model. And so a bus life expectancy starts running out after 15. Now, they're still good, solid buses. They're all backup buses. They all fire up. They all run. We're still putting them out on the road every day for transport back and forth to the ball fields. They're all in good shape, but it's just, you put $40,000 into a 15 or 16-year-old bus, and then the motor blows. You know, you're kind of, I don't,
A question.
there's not a nice word
yeah.
to say it, but.
A question, and you may not have done this research yet, and I understand if you haven't, but like, say our oldest bus, which is the one with no seat belts, when we go to replace that one,
Yes,
and
sir.
say we come up with a really, I know you're working on a maintenance plan and like a plan for us, so we are replacing them not all at the same time. But like, say we replace that one, is there a value that we're gonna get back out of the one? I mean, obviously, we're gonna sell it. Do you know how much that's worth or how much that's gonna
It
contribute?
just depends on the year that we sell it. Some of the smaller school districts are buying Arlington ISD's used buses, and their buses are quite used up from what I'm being told, and putting a few $1,000s into it, and to them, that's a brand new bus. So we'd probably be able to get some money back on them. It just, buses don't hold a really long life like a car would. You buy them, they serve a purpose, and then they're, yeah. So,
I think you may have answered this.
Yes, sir.
At the last time you presented this. As far as our insurance carriers, I think we had a conversation about the infrastructure modifications they're making, that being an issue with coverage, or
not that I know of. This is, when they pass this bill, you know, TA will pass a bill and then try to figure out how to pay for it later. And then they're realizing that a lot of school districts can't afford this.
Right, okay.
And I just need to report back to them what we're gonna do. And then, so that way they will have this information to be able to open up funding.
So essentially, we can spend $40,000 for 7 buses right now, and then we're replacing the bus in the next few years anyway, or
sir.
we can.
We can wait to see what the
yeah.
TEA offers us.
And maybe they'll fund it
Yes, sir.
of some sort. Okay. Thank you.
And we also already have, just so people that are watching, I know you talked about it last time in December, but we do have 8 buses right now that are being used that have the 3-point.
I currently have one. We have 8 buses. I have one bus that is a route bus that does not have the 3 points in them. It's a newer bus. It's a 2017 model that does not have the seatbelts in it.
So that's the only one that we're actually using on route?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And they have all come from the factory like this. So. Thank y'all.
Make a motion that we can't afford this at this time.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. All right. All in favor? All right. All 4.
Okay, 8D, consider MISD facilities repair priorities. That again is going to be Mr. Benton, and I just want to remind y'all as he's coming up that in previous meetings there have been conversations about some HVAC needs that we have, and Johnson Controls came and did a presentation with some about some of the possibilities of partnering with them to be able to fix some of our needs. After meeting with them, Mr. Benton went and did a significant amount of work to try to prioritize the needs across the district, to be able to present to you guys really where our needs are, and then so that the money can be determined on, you know, kind of how it's spent based on the needs.
What you have in front of you is a list of, these are things that I've seen I think we need to repair. Some of these are large projects. They're a 5-year plan. I put this together to kind of give us a direction, to a goal of what we're trying to achieve. We do have some HVAC issues out there, just because we've hit our life expectancy again on air conditioners. We're kind of a reaction. AC goes down, we put money into it. I'd like to get us in the next couple of years to where we have them on a PM cycle. I know, I'll know, you know, which AC is going to be due for renewal, due for what, just better ways of tracking them. Some of these first needs on the list, low cost, high impact, district-wide AC repairs, district rekeying, There's been some turnover at this school district through the years. Teachers going on to bigger and better things than what Maypearl is. With that said, I've yet to find a way that keys were tracked. Who got keys? Who turned in keys? When I started here, I have a desk full of keys that I'm not real sure what they go to, what door they fit anymore. So I'm trying to narrow that down. I've spoken with the company that handles these. They rekey a lot of districts. It is costly, but it is something that I've spoke with Chief Wolf about and trying to, over the next few years, start changing out some locks. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not keys floating around in the community. People just forgot to turn them in or whatever. So that's one of the priorities we're looking at. One of the other things I've looked at is the road narrowing. I'm sure everybody's seen it, going to the four-way stop sign, going to LSK in middle school. You've seen where that curb juts out. It's for parking at the high school. This year, we have a lot of parents that stack up on this road, and I've been told and witnessed people have jumped that curb because they're trying to stop and see what's going on. So I'd like to take that curb out and make it just a straight lane. I've gotten a cost on that, so.
What, sorry, I missed that. Where is it at, the intersection?
If you're going down 4th Street,
Sir?
and as you come up to that stop sign, where our bus barn is to the left, LSK's to your left, middle
Right.
school, it's that curb that sticks out right here. It's for parking for the games on Friday night, used to be.
Oh, okay, just
Yes,
the
sir.
curb part.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just take that out. I also got a quote to fix that and to fix 2 other issues behind our middle school. There's some manholes, the concrete's deteriorated around.
Yeah.
And so while the company was here giving me a quote, I said, hey, can y'all put that in there? And they said, yeah. So-
We also talked about I think it was about a year and a half ago, the city was considering like just giving up that section of 4th Street. So I don't know if they're still on.
I haven't had any talks with the city about
Okay.
them giving up 4th Street. I've asked some questions. We had some potholes show up. I'd bought some material to fill in some of those potholes. I'd spoken with the mayor at just a passing conversation. I said, hey, I'm planning to do this. And he said, let me know if we can help. So. And then, of course, some of our bigger ones, our middle school has been identified as having some of the oldest AC units. I've spoken with a AC company that offers a PM service, kind of cuts us a better deal. I've talked with him. I've also asked him what it would take to replace all the AC units at the middle school. Significant number of what he quoted me. There's just a lot of things. This sheet is just to get in front of you, just so you'll have a direction. I know we're trying to hire a new superintendent. I'd much rather hand this to the new superintendent and say, this is, I think, a direction we need to go. You all for it, and this is basically what it is. If there's any questions y'all have, if y'all see anything in the district that you think we can do better, improve better, please don't be afraid to call me.
I know the Johnson Controls came out with this estimate for that redesign. Is there any way we can test by moving the thermostat in that cafeteria?
Yes, sir.
For the exterior and move it more towards the interior
Yes, sir.
of the building and just see if that makes a balance where it's not kicking on emergency heat, it's 100 degrees and then it's 15. Just a thought.
There's a lot of options we can look at the middle school. I've talked to a couple people about redoing some insulation, some spray foam in certain spots, maybe dropping that ceiling. There's a lot of ways we can go. I just got to pick a direction and go that direction.
So are you looking for us to like as a maintenance, like a committee to?
Basically, this is look at you when I come to ask to spend big money. You
Right.
understand what I'm spending it on.
Well, and to touch on that, like that man over there knows how many pennies we get every year.
Yes,
So
sir.
do we all need to sit down in a strategic plan on those things?
I'd be glad to. I'd be glad to.
That's just what.
I speak to Josh.
What are you looking for?
I speak to Josh quite a bit about money.
He doesn't give much back.
No, I speak to him, and then I try to tell IT that I'm going to take some of their money because he seems to ask for most of it too.
Yeah.
So, but this is just a plan that she asked me to put together.
Okay, thank you.
And some of the things that we're going to try to give us direction and take care of. And so when you do see a large order come in front of you, you'll know why. This basically lets you know what direction we're going.
It'll be your fault? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, I'll take all of it.
So Josh,
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
I feel like I ask you this just about every meeting.
Mr. Benton, I have one more question.
Do we have any clue what we're gonna have left over from the bond that can be used on these projects specifically, quicker than later?
So yeah, if you refer back to
There's the
that-
green,
Yeah.
that,
the green number.
It's the green number in the finance summary.
Yes, I saw that number, but sometimes that number is like, some of this is earmarked for this, or we have change requests coming in that are taking up this, and that. So,
And I think that's where some of the confusion has been with, maybe with y'all, but also with Gallagher too. That money is strictly the money left over from the funds outside of Gallagher's contracted project.
sure.
That's the interest earned on the totality of the funds, and then we have to pay an arbitrage amount.
Right.
And so what I calculated as that green number is outside of Gallagher's purview. It's the remaining funds that we have available to us. And it is still designated only to the projects that were discussed in that bond planning, being HVAC, the concrete work, that was, proposed, and
Yep.
then tiling and flooring at LSK.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm going, right? I just want to make sure that what we told the public we were going to do, we're going to do.
Yeah, that was kind of a point to the contractor there is having, that's very frustrating, I'm sure, for all of y'all, is like, oh, well, there's a list of, miscellaneous things. Well, what is that list, right? Because we entered into a contract. I think it'd be helpful for the board to see what that contract of items, so that we can hold their feet to the fire when he comes next time, like, well, items 10 through 20 have not been completed, right? So,
And if y'all want the, like, real nuts and bolts of the Gallagher pay apps, I can send those to
Yes.
you. They detail out every budget line item they have in their contracted budget. And so they have an amount remaining to be paid on that line item. And then there's also a column for retainage. The retainage amount for that specific budget code is basically our leverage to make sure that those contractors get out and finish that work to our satisfaction. So we're not, and I've kind of talked with Ms. Votaw and our financial advisor and Claycomb too. We're not releasing that retainage until we're satisfied.
sure.
Okay, so one for Josh and then one for Mr. Benton. So the green number is, arbitrage is subtracted from that, and it's getting more certain by the day that's the amount that we'll have left over based off of what we will owe them at the end.
Well, and here's the other caveat to that green number, is Gallagher's budget for the project may come under. I don't know where they're gonna land. If they come under their budget, then could be additional funds even to that green number.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Oh, go ahead. I also think it's fair to them to say, like, the things that we took on as projects in that line item is to say, no, that was on us. But to Mr. Smith's point the other day is like, the grass, if they're responsible for the grass in that parking lot and they're walking over it and there's just dirt and gravel, so let's hold their feet to the fire.
So Mr. Benton, you put on here the priority by cost efficient budget impact, the low cost, high impact one, for instance. Do you have an idea of kind of like how much that one costs? Because I know you kind of have it broken out in levels. And I know on a couple of them, like the rekeying, you have a cost. On some of the others, you have a cost, like how many AC units?
A current cost, if we were to replace just the AC units around the middle school with what's there right now, no re-engineering, nothing, just swap for swap, we're in the $400,000 range, is the quote I was given the other day. And I understand that'll have to go out to bid, that's a large number, that'll have to go out to several companies. But that gives you an idea. The curb replacement is $8,600 is the quote I was given the other day for that. That's something I can handle out of my budget or possibly take from the bond funds, so.
Well, I like that 400,000 number a lot more than the 1.4 or the 2.1 that we got from. And I spoke with that AC guy too, and I said, that doesn't include the controls. How much are the controls? And he said, a lot less than the AC units.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
like, he didn't have a number, but he was like, significantly less than the actual AC units.
And I didn't discuss controls with him. I just basically needed a number
AC
that I
units,
could wrap
yeah.
my head around and come to y'all, so I'm not sitting here spittering and sputtering with nothing, so.
So if we did all the low cost, high impact, like what kind of, like just number, just like so we kind of have it in our head so we can kind of move forward, or should we not talk about that yet?
What do you mean?
Like the low cost, high impact, like the district wide AC repairs, district rekeying, road narrowing, which that's obviously fairly cheap, and the high school quad sidewalk to New Door.
That right there, you could probably be 100,000, just in those low impact ones. You could probably get away with 100,000. There are some repairs I need to do for ACs. The big full replacement is gonna take some planning.
Yeah.
It's gonna take some planning over summertime.
Did he suggest that we wouldn't necessarily need to replace all of them, but he was just giving you a bid kind of for
His
reference?
bid was one for one, every one of them.
Okay.
And I do have a couple units that I know for a fact I've been told are not running, haven't run in a couple years. So that was a one for one bid.
Okay, just matching Johnson
Just-
Control.
It's not even trying to touch Johnson Controls. That's just I have a train, you get a train. That's
Okay.
basically what it is. He is cutting us a better deal. This is also the same contractor I spoke with about doing the PMs for our AC units next fiscal year. And so he's kind of cutting us a better deal on some of the Freon and parts and labor. But as we all know, AC is not cheap.
If we had to do that sooner rather than later, do we have a time frame of how long it's going to take if we order and all that stuff? Just to,
We could probably get most of the parts in. We would have to start June 1st to have it all done before school started.
You'd have to go out for bid.
Yeah, and it'd have to go out for bid for that big of a number.
It sounds like we need to start planning for this money we're gonna have left now, obviously, what fits in what we told
Yes, sir.
our constituents we would do with it. I don't know if there's a timeline, Josh, with this money too, of once this project's done, like, hey, we've gotta spend it by X amount of time for these projects, or?
Not necessarily, it's just your arbitrage goes up the longer you hold that money.
Yeah, okay.
In like Midlothian, and I was making this example earlier on a conversation, like they went out for a bond in '08 for their park. But given the housing crisis and there was no money, they just returned and paid the bond back, and then went out for one in like 2018 to build their community park, so. Hope that kind of answers your question a little bit.
Yeah, I'd love to see a plan with the HVAC aspect of what we can do of what those, I don't wanna just replace something just to replace it because it's old if it's not really broken, but if we get to that point, I think we need a plan now of what that looks like so we can turn key this summer and get it done.
And that's what this plan was for, is to at least give you an idea of what we're looking at. Kind of direction.
Well, and it'd actually be nice to not replace them all, because then in 15 years, it's gonna be time to
all
replace
over again.
them all. Whereas if they come and do a little bit more detail, there might be, 10 or 15 of them. I don't know how many are over
Some
there,
of
but,
them we might get by with just replacing.
yeah, another year, and then
replacing
next year we can
bulbs,
do those and,
yes.
take care of some of the most
And I know
important
what's
things.
gonna happen, just as soon as we spend all this money, then I'll have complete unit failure on another school.
Right.
That's maintenance, unfortunately.
Right.
We
I'll be
talked.
coming back and asking for more money.
We talked earlier about the rekeying.
Yes, sir.
Just full transparency, had a conversation with him earlier today. I think it's very important that we don't have keys in the wrong people's hands. Here's my concern as a trustee before we approve this, is what are we doing now to make sure when someone leaves this organization that we hold something, their paycheck or something, that they've signed for a key, and we track that down?
I currently have a spreadsheet, because there wasn't anything when I started.
No, this is more of an HR question, like,
And I will be reaching out to HR
Okay.
when we get close.
I don't think we can approve that until we know the missing keys are gonna stop,
Yes, sir.
right? So,
But I will be reaching out. I have multiple conversations with HR every week too, so.
So do you think, like, Josh and all, is it maybe a couple board members on your planning to see how we can space all this out, or
You bet.
what are you thinking? And when do you wanna have that, when do you wanna start having those talks and planning meetings?
Tomorrow,
All right, so who's,
tomorrow, Monday, y'all tell me, whoever's available. Whoever
We
wants
need
to sit
3.
on-
No more than 3, yeah.
I mean, I'm
Adam?
happy to sit in that and walk through it.
I'm down.
For sure. I'd love to.
Jeremy?
Jeremy, and
I
Adam.
can do it if it's on a Friday.
Okay.
That's
We'll
tomorrow.
make Fridays work.
Adam
say as
brings,
long as
Adam
it's on
brings
Friday.
donuts on
I do
Fridays
Friday.
too, so.
I think Friday would be the best day for all
I've
of
never
us.
seen them in my facility. Man.
Hey,
No,
Chief.
I'll take all help, ideas. This list, like I said, this list was put together just from what I've seen. Some of y'all gentlemen have been here quite a while. Y'all probably think, hey, I don't think this is a priority as is. And I'll gladly take that under advisement, so.
So who all needs to meet, like us three with you and,
Yes, sir.
and the money and the HR?
Yes, sir.
And don't let Tech know because we're taking money from him.
He'll know. Tech knows everything. He tells me all the time.
He'll probably be
brother.
sitting in the room next door with the
This-
glass to
yeah, this
the
is
wall.
this is a running commentary.
He's already built AI to do what you're doing. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Chief, from your perspective, the key issue. how
Are these
big-
electronic keys or are these like literally old school
These are
keys?
physical keys. What, from your perspective, how big of a security threat is this?
So we're going to talk about one of those items in executive session. I could probably speak in greater detail in closed session. It's a major priority for me. I have a key ring that looks like an old school janitor key ring, and I don't know what half of them go to.
Okay.
So,
But from your perspective, this should be priority.
well, it is a priority, and you'll see that when we
Okay.
have this discussion in executive session.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Chief Wolf, do you mind explaining, for those that are listening, why we're having that in executive session instead of right now?
Because those items directly affect safety and security, and that's why they're discussed in executive session, is because we don't want to divulge or put out items that would compromise the safety of the students and staff.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Ben. Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Okay, speaking of Mr. Anderson and money, he is going to talk to us tonight about considering the purchase of Chromebook recommendations.
Okay, so first of all, I just need to say I love working with Mr. Benton because he's amazing. But the one thing you're going to hear all the time from both himself and myself, that was a terrible sentence, is that what we want to do is get out of the mindset of fixing crisis when we then have to pay top dollar because we can't wait on it. So even though we always compete for money, and I know that, the reality is we both have that same mindset of trying to make sure that we're planning out what we're doing and not just...
I think we all appreciate y'all's proactive approach and how y'all are doing it. And it may cost us a little bit of money now, but it's going to save us a lot of money in the end. So
That is our
we
goal.
appreciate that.
As I am trying to bring up my displays and okay. Okay, so I've learned a lot this year, especially about how purchases are made in Chromebooks, which is not like something that I've ever experienced before. The reality is Chromebooks are kind of like disposable devices. It's a terrible thing to say. They're made cheaply, they're made quickly, and they're made in such quantity because they know that they are going to break. The sad reality is, too, many years ago, they have changed how they do a lot of the pricing of Chromebooks. So whoever you go, whatever reseller you go to talk to, when they contact the manufacturer, they will get the best price. So whoever I go to first will give me the best price, which is a frustrating thing for me because I can't go and get multiple bids on Chromebooks. I've got to be very careful about who I talk to first because they're going to have the best price. So what I tried to do, and you're going to see that in a second, is to not just bring you multiple quotes on the same Chromebooks because it doesn't matter. Whoever I talk to first is going to give the best price. Instead, what I want to focus on is the best warranty, because the best warranty are going to cover our Chromebooks and get them repaired and keep them as usable as possible through their warranty and then beyond. That is the most important thing. The one other caveat that I want to tell you is that I don't know if you've heard it because it's been in the news a lot. Maybe it's just my kind of news, tech news, but processors and memory are skyrocketing right now, and they are predicting, I've heard this from Acer, I've heard this from Asus, and I've heard it from Lenovo, that they're expecting about a 30% jump starting March 1st. So Monday. It's a terrible situation for all of us schools to be in, because many schools don't purchase Chromebooks early like we do. So they're going to be purchasing in months. But anyways, all that to just give you some information about the quotes before I get to those. Last year, these were the quotes that were brought to you. Those were all the same Chromebooks, just from different resellers. They definitely provide different types of warranties. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but if you just kind of look at that total cost, just kind of like glance at that before I come to what I'm bringing this year. So again, I didn't bring you 3 quotes among the same Chromebook because there wasn't going to be a point to that. So what I don't have existing relationships with the resellers. So I've spoken to more resellers than I knew existed, even just a few months ago. The best prices that I could come up with are what you're seeing on the screen. Trafera, which has been a partner with us for a while back, quoted us 220 of them for $93,000. They by far have the best warranty, by far. And they have the best shipping back of those products, so that you get them back in typically 5 days or less. That gets them back into the kids' hands as quick as possible. I talked with Bloom multiple times about the Asus and why there's a 2-in-1, which is a compatible product to the Lenovo. The price per unit went up a lot when the rep and I talked. The quote that you see on the bottom were for not a 2-in-1. So a 2-in-1 like flips all the way around. It can kind of be like a tablet. The one on the bottom is not like that. It's called a clamshell. It just opens up flat. And while they gave me a great price on that initially, the last time we talked, which was just a couple days ago, she said most likely she's not going to be able to actually get that price anymore. And the quote that she had given me was, last month anyways, so the quote had technically expired. We're in a tough situation. I've talked with CDW, I've talked with SHI, I've talked with multiple others that are smaller resellers. And ultimately at the end of it, my strong recommendation to the board would be to actually purchase the 220 Chromebooks from Trafera, because they are the same products that we're currently using. And so part availability, cases, all that stuff is just, we actually have some supplies of that even now to be able to handle that. So that would be my recommendation. Before I move forward with anything else, do you have any questions about those?
Going forward, are you happy with the Yogas? You want to stay with it?
Lenovo makes a fine product.
Yeah.
If money wasn't an option, no, I'm just kidding. But if money wasn't an option, I'd probably go Acer. They're making the best Chromebooks right now. But again, they're Chromebooks. So the quote I got on the Chromebooks were going to be for 220. It was going to be about 128. And that was clamshell ones. So I moved on beyond that. The Lenovos are fine.
Yeah, they're fine
Yes.
for the kids. The kids
Yes.
do great with them. Cool.
Yeah, the previous ones that we had were not so fine. So
I think and I may sound like an idiot when I say this, but I do that a lot, so it's okay. Weren't supposed to laugh at them. I thought we had talked about some Apple.
Yeah, that will be for staff, not
It
for
was for staff.
students.
Okay, gotcha.
Correct. Yep.
Are they, I guess, significantly more expensive?
Yeah.
They were. They were
Yeah,
like
about
900
3
each
times.
or so.
Yeah.
And these are like 4 or
Yeah.
something each.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not one of those districts. We can't give students all a bunch of MacBook Airs. That would be
Yeah. Which does happen.
that would be tough. It does happen, but not here.
Just for clarity, the numbers are 220 for one, but then there's 250 for the other one. So
Correct.
What's the
So,
difference?
yeah, I can explain that. So Bloom, the reason why she was quoting me at 250 was because that's where she could get the best price. But she said she was confident she could only order 220, but at that price per unit, that wasn't. Again, that was previous to the prices going up, and so I'm not even sure that that would be true at this point.
So I have a question about, this is probably for more the educators and the administrators. I have a middle schooler. I replace her phone protector screen, her case, once a month because they drop it. So with these, with the flip around, it looks like a tablet. Is it, what protection equipment, you know, because the clamshell I like because they drop it and it's not shattering a screen. We're not going to require them. I know you got some notes here about payment for damages, but educators, what are your thoughts about the flip around screen?
In my opinion, the flip around screen is probably better because they shove it and then it would break the hinges if it's the clamshell.
Gotcha.
I'll add one other. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Beckham, you have a lot of little people over there.
We do have a lot of little people. The clamshell protect, like, we have a lot of drops, and I mean, but I know the flip around screens, when we do need them to be touch screen, it is a little bit easier.
Okay, gotcha.
But, and we do have where sometimes they put a pencil in it and they shove it and it
Yes.
cracks. So
Gotcha. Are they, for STAR or middle of year, beginning of year testing, do they use the Chromebooks or is it specific stations? So they would use their own?
At LSK, they use them quite frequently for all the testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they use them for the testing
Okay.
on a secure browser.
Gotcha.
The one other thing I can mention is that in some of the special ed classes, they'll flip them around and kind of tent them as the teachers are working with kids, and the kids can touch them. That's another reason why they do come in handy. Personally, I'd go, no, let's get all clamshell, and that's great, but I need to realize that it's not me using them. So,
Yeah, we're definitely serving kids here. Budgetary wise, what are we looking at we had for this year? I know this time every year, for those of you, I think we go through replacing some at each campus around this time of years.
Yeah, so we do plan for this refresh of Chromebooks in the budget. We have 100,000 budgeted for this year.
Gotcha.
so it is coming in below what the budget.
But is this price that you have here, is it gonna only be good till Monday?
So, yep. But I talked with Trafera, and they said if you can get us the PO tomorrow morning, we will make sure that it gets pushed through before any price changes happen.
No pressure.
I love
at all.
this guy. This guy's amazing. But yeah, that's just the one caveat. So that would be first thing tomorrow morning so that we can get it in. Because the order needs to be made, not shipped. Any other questions?
Are you going back to your?
Yeah, I was going to go and just touch on those last couple things, and then I'll leave it to you guys to make some decisions.
When it says best warranty, like, what stands out, I guess, above
Yeah.
the rest?
So first of all, since we order our Chromebooks early, one of the things that's tough on some companies is that they start the warranty when they arrive. Trafera makes sure that it's a school year warranty. It starts actually when it arrives, but the 4 years starts next school year. So that's one of the things. They are also unlimited breaks for those 4 years. So no matter what, they're repairing it. And they turn it around quickly. So it truly is the best warranty you get. We've struggled with the manufacturer warranty mightily this year. So let me just talk about a couple other things really quickly about Chromebooks. This has been a rough year. It
For
doesn't.
you or the Chromebook?
What's that?
For you or the Chromebook?
No. The Chromebooks. So you can go to any school district in the country. Middle school is going to be where you're going to have most of the breaks. So we're not unique in this. We have this year, though, dealt with a pretty excessive damage. And at this point, because of past practice, we have not collected any fines for Chromebooks. That's difficult when we have aging out Chromebooks, because usually you use some of the fines when kids are not being careful with them and they get fined for a break. You use some of those costs for parts and stuff for the ones that are out of warranty. So it helps kind of like replenish your budget to be able to handle that. We have zero of that right now. So the other thing is, and Ms. Beckham and I were just talking about that before we started. We've been short on devices at LSK. And so we're getting that part taken care of. But the state made some changes with the lockdown browser, and they no longer support some of the older Chromebooks that we have at LSK. And so we're probably looking at about 50 or 60 that are not going to be able to handle state testing. I don't have the exact number of that. I was waiting to hear back from a couple teachers, but my last count was, I think, 54. So we have to do something to help replenish some of the supply at the elementary school, because how we typically refresh is we do it at 5th grade and 9th grade. The reason why we do it that way is because you need the warranty valid for the times that you have the most damage. Elementary kids, because they typically don't take them home, they're monitored. I mean, they don't change classes in the same way. Like they are lighter on Chromebooks than middle school and high school students. So you try and get for the warranty to last during the middle school and high school years. That means elementary school often gets passed down the other Chromebooks. We have not had enough of them passing down to the LSK recently. So here would be kind of my proposal. Past practice has been that we have allowed seniors to take Chromebooks with them when they graduate. I know that is very goodwill. Like it is a great thing that we've done.
We can let seniors graduate and they keep their Chromebooks?
Correct. Yes. I think
what
have.
What was the thought process behind that? Like,
I honestly couldn't tell you. I just know that since we have put Chromebooks in place in the one-to-one initiative, that was one of the selling points, quite frankly, and one of the things that we could hang our hat on in regards to being able to, send them out into the world with the device.
so when they're gone, so their MISD email is still active, or do we
No.
purge that from the
So
server or the
then
exchange?
what we do is we take all those Chromebooks and we take them out of our domain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get wiped. So having
Yep.
a senior last year, they get wiped, and then
They just have a Chromebook.
you can either keep it or you can give it back. Most kids that go to school don't continue to use the Chromebook though.
That's correct.
They get another laptop.
So here's my concern. So that means we have 90 some Chromebooks that are leaving every year that are 4 years old. You're going to still have at least 2 to 3 years of viability out of those, and we don't have those. Even if out of let's say we had 100 kids graduating or 90, if we only had 50, that number would be helping replenish the ones that we are short, and can start getting some of the older devices that are end of life out of LSK. So
I think there's ways to be creative about that, if I'm being honest, right? Like you could do different things. Like if you return your Chromebook, you can have an extra raffle ticket at the project graduation, or you can do something that would entice students to give them back, right? Without being completely we could phase this in is where I'm going, right? It doesn't have to be a straight cutoff right away, especially for this year, because they'd be like, well, why me? But I think we could be creative with this and really entice them to give them back as opposed to just keeping them.
Can we send something out to student council to see if it's like something they really even care about? Like, is this something that's important to you that, you know, it's like a rite of passage, or, because you're saying that everyone turns it in, you wipe them, right?
Yep.
Every one of them, and then you give them back to them, and then they graduate and leave. So
I'd probably want to poll
Are
the
you-
parents. I mean, kids are probably, I mean, I don't know. My kid's not going to want to keep it.
I mean, we could technically send something out to students and parents.
Yeah.
I think we could send it out to both. And I'll be honest, I may have a different lens than some other parents. We ended up having to buy my son that went to college, is in college, a computer, because the Chromebook would not be something that was compatible with the courses that he's taking. And so, quite frankly, he doesn't use it. And so, now that may not be the experience for everyone, but I think at one point in time I thought, oh, that'll be great. You know, that'll be an extra, something that we won't have to buy, but that in actuality was not the case. So it may be something that our students leave, and it's not as much of a benefit to them as we anticipated it to be. But we just can poll that to find that out.
Okay.
But I think it might be like a really good thing for certain ones, like from the perspective of a lower income family, for instance, and maybe they're not going to college, but they wouldn't have a computer if we didn't give them that. And so, yeah, something creative like what you're talking about, or some kind of it's not a scholarship program, but something where they can apply and they can keep theirs. They're just a little bit more intentional about how they keep it.
Absolutely.
I think something like that would be good.
I agree, because I think most of the kids that did keep it, it's sitting in a closet somewhere at their house. I think there are students that will use it and can use it after graduation, but I think the majority of them, they're just sitting somewhere. So.
I have a question for LSK. So how many do we have approximately at LSK?
How many Chromebooks? Brandy, are we one-to-one from K?
Not completely in all grade levels. We are short in some grade levels.
So we,
But we're not using them every day, right? In the kinder first, second?
Not necessarily in our younger grade levels, but in our older grade levels, they're used
Quite frequently, okay.
Yeah.
during wind time, and even in our younger grade levels, they're getting them on progress learning and
Gotcha.
using them.
So what are we looking at to catch their deficit up?
So actually, I believe that we've actually provided the library with enough to handle the deficit part.
Okay.
Not to be able to handle getting the end of life ones out.
Do we need to make adjustments for next year for that specific camp? I'm just thinking for next year when we get back through this in the phase out to replace. Do we need to add, 50 to their campus, or what does that look like? Or you may not know that right now. So.
I don't know that I have a full answer. There are a couple thoughts that I have. If we even retain any from the seniors, that helps. Sure. If I know that LSK has done a fundraiser, if any of that can be used to purchase some, that would help. So there's a lot of small things that we can do. I will also say the next thing I was going to mention will probably help keep a supply coming of actually having some fines for Chromebook breakage. We have right now a past practice where the first break is free, no matter what it is. That is used fairly liberally because I know that we've had somewhere in the range of about the best guess was about 130 Chromebooks just at the middle school that have been broken and sent for repair. That's a lot. If students knew that there's a little consequence to it, that the first break isn't free and we can do whatever. Most districts that have had that same policy of the first break is free, a lot of them have moved away from that for this exact reason. Not that I want to instill fear in kids, but it helps provide accountability and encouragement to take care of the resources that you're given. So when I talked with some fellow tech directors, these were just some numbers on the very low end of what a lot of them have done in their districts. That it would be about $25 for a first accidental damage, $50 for a second and beyond, or $200 for intentional damage. That, I don't know that we have, I think we've only identified one of those this year. So that's very
As
rare.
intentional?
Yes.
Okay. So these are all, when you say accidental, how do we know that they're accidental?
Well,
I mean, you have a large, we're talking about the middle school, we're having
Yeah,
most of the problems, so.
A lot of teachers will see a kid like drop the Chromebook and it shatters the screen. That's accidental. But a lot of times you really trust the building to be able to communicate that, and that's great.
So out of those, what did you say, there's 100 and how many middle school? 130?
I think it's around 130.
So what is our current policy for those? Does anybody know?
The first break is free, and then the second break depends on the actual amount of
Damage?
the amount of repair for that part. That's a hard thing to kind of quantify always. And so that's why I was thinking if we can just make it across the board, it'd make it a lot easier for students and families. And it would also actually decrease the actual fine, because like a screen is $150. Keyboard is like $75. So.
And with the purchase you're looking for now, that 4-year warranty includes what in that?
Well, that would include any breaks. What this would actually help with is to reduce the damage and to be able to help pay for parts for all of LSK. So while there's damage done at the middle school and while the warranty would cover some of that, that money could then be used for our district to be able to fix and repair Chromebooks.
It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to sell a parent, right?
I totally get it.
If most of these are accidents, and I get where you're coming from, because this equipment, it slows down learning, it slows down growth, it takes personnel to deal with it. But if we're buying a policy that covers accidents, now I think intentional, right? If some kid gets mad and throws it, absolutely. This is just a talk for this conversation of, is this going to be a student code of conduct that we're going to have to adopt next year? What does that look like?
So in the Chromebook agreement that we currently have, it actually does state that the first break is free and the second, and they have a list of the cost, and that is for accidental damage. So that is, even if it was covered under warranty, that would still be a fine to the student.
Okay. Out of the ones that we've had in the middle school that are second, how many of those have been turned in to try to collect those? What's that process look like, Ms. Bone?
None have been turned into me for anything, so I wasn't aware of that number. And in the past, I have made sure that discipline and fines have been put in place for anything that has been intentional. But I have not been made aware of any of these from anyone.
So what would be a fine?
So in my school bucks, we inform the parents where they need to go in order to take care of that payment. And like he said, there's an item on my school bucks that is the screen for $150. And it's our librarian that is the one that is partnered with technology and with the head librarian that deals with those things. And when something gets turned into me or Mr. Cato, and we're told that it's intentional damage, then we investigate just like we do any other circumstance in order to put in place that discipline and the fines. But we haven't had any that have been brought to us this year.
Yeah, I think Corey had said there's only one that was intentional. So
Yeah.
I think the bigger issue here is not the intentional damage, right? I don't think we have a rash number of kids just picking
That's
up
correct.
a Chromebook and chunking it against the wall, right? Like this is more like accountability of, hey, be careful with your resources that the school is providing you, right? And it's not a, we're trying to collect money to collect money. This is just no different than a speeding ticket or something else, right? This is a fine to, hey, you damaged your Chromebook that we gave you. Yes, it's under warranty, but this is to limit the number of incidents, right? This is to try to, because I know if my kid damaged his Chromebook and came to me and said, hey, it's a $25 fine, I need you to go to my school bucks and pay that. And be like, then what'd you do, right? And if he's just not being careful because he's a 13-year-old boy, right, then I'm gonna be like, bro, you're paying this fine. You know what I mean? But I get that it's a tough sell, but at the same point in time, I think there is some accountability that needs to be had for some kids that maybe don't care.
If I can just provide one more example. So when I was going through high school, that was a long time ago. When I was going through high school, I had a small amount of water damage to a textbook, and I was charged $30, which was a lot of money back then. I know that the school district didn't replace that book. They still used it the next year, but they collect that money so that that can be used to help purchase books as they start to need them. It'd be the same type of mindset.
Well, and I think along those lines too, I think it gives a little bit of a more of accountability piece, because I do think there's a mindset among some kids, maybe not all kids, but that Chromebook is theirs because they have it all day, they take it home with them, they come back with it, and so they really don't stop to think about that being school property, and really it is school property. And so I think, one, we could work to continually remind students and parents about that, but I do think that, there being a fine associated with any damage that occurs does give the accountability piece of, hey, this is school property. I mean, if you do something in the bathroom that causes the doorknob to break or something, that may be a conversation too. Obviously, we don't want to be punitive about everything, but it does sound like by the numbers that he's saying there is a concern that we need to address.
And I want to make sure to emphasize, this is not a problem in our middle school. I don't want it to sound like that. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, because I know that probably feels that way for Mrs. Bone. And this is a problem in every middle school across the country.
Yeah, at Franksville Middle School, at Grandview Middle School.
Yeah, every single one of them.
And how many Chromebooks do we have on campus, all across the entire campus?
So,
like, that's actually being used day to day.
So we have, I don't know the exact number because we do have extras that have to come back in all the time. I would guess that we would have right around 1,200 Chromebooks because we don't use them for pre-K.
Right. So what I'm trying to ask for is, like, if you get the 220 with a 4-year warranty, these fines could help pay for the ones that don't have the warranty.
That is exactly right.
So these fines could help. Yeah.
Yes.
So that could be, that's just point of clarification on
Yes.
people's listening. So, yeah.
Any other questions, comments? I don't think there's any action to be taken today.
The only action that I probably would
approve
need
it.
is purchasing the Chromebooks. I would definitely need that.
I think it's just a motion to approve the purchase of the Chromebooks.
Well, there's 3, so we need to specify the company
The Trifero one?
cost.
Is that the one you're wanting to move forward with?
Correct, the top one.
Okay. So make a motion to accept the Chromebooks from Trifera, the quote, as presented.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, all 4.
Thank
Better
you
get
so
that
much.
in the morning.
Thanks, Corey.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Anderson, you were also going to talk about.
Is that next?
That's next.
Oh,
yes.
I'm so sorry. That's a lot of me.
The technology strategic framework.
Okay. I'm sorry you're having to hear from me so much. Okay. Oh, yes, I got it. But it's Google Slides. So I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting, but when I started this job, my goal was to try to create essentially a 5-year plan. In order to do that, I needed to be able to audit everything that we have in our district, which I realized after we got started was a whole lot harder of a task than I thought. And so my team and I have spent a long time trying to get model numbers and trying to find out manufacture dates of all of our devices across the district. What we need to be able to do is to move away from more of a reactive process, instead really plan for refreshes. Because again, just like we were talking about with Mr. Benton, if you have to replace something because it broke, you're going to pay whatever price it is. Then you don't always have the time to be able to get the best price or to do it at the right time. And so that really is my goal. It's also to try to be as strategic with providing the best devices and the best environment for our learning environment across the district. There are some pain points that we have right now that we've identified that we need to address. But also to try to have as much transparency as possible with our planning, so that, again, it's not just we need to do something really quickly right now. When we started auditing, you'll notice in the entire document, there's a whole lot more than what you're going to see on the slides, a whole lot. And some of you may not care as much about all of that, and I totally get that. It's the world I love. But the student Chromebooks, we actually have done a really great job of how we have done 2 grade levels every year. That is a wonderful plan instead of trying to do all 12 grade levels all at once. That is an overwhelming thing, not just in terms of refreshing that on technology's side, but also just the cost. So that part's great. We just have had an issue where we have not been able to get some of the end of life out, just from the shortage of the things that get passed down. We've also noticed, and I mentioned this previously, we have some issues with the endpoints that staff have, that we purchased for staff. They are not living up to the quality that we thought that they were going to be. And they are causing a slowdown in productivity for a bunch of people. So that has been really unfortunate. And they've gone out of warranty quickly, because part of the warranty was when they were manufactured and we purchased them from a reseller that had them sitting on the shelf for a while. So we lost out on some of the warranty on that. In terms of our switches, those are going to be what all the network plugs into. We do have some core switches, which are the main ones at each of our campus that are going to go end of support in a few years. We need that on our radar so that we're planning ahead for that. We have a lot of switches, though, that are brand new that we put in this year. So in terms of our network infrastructure, the network hardware, we're actually in a really good spot. We just have to be planning for some of the core switches that will need to go out. The one issue that we haven't really been attending too much is UPSs. That's an uninterruptible power supply. So when power goes out, and especially here in Texas, when it blips, it'll keep things powered on instead of powering it all down, which is really hard on our devices. So you put the UPSs on them. It has a battery, keeps them up for short periods of time, and it can help power down if you spend enough. We haven't done that, and I would not actually encourage us to do that. That's a huge cost. But we have a lot of them that actually went end of life a couple years ago. And so as we're looking at that, we've had actually 4 UPSs die on us this year. And so we've been scrambling to try to move some UPSs around to be able to have it be as functional as possible. That's been difficult. We actually had I don't know whether people know that we had an internet outage at LSK yesterday. That happened. We tried to be very quick at getting it back up, but that was because of the UPS. So we had a small brownout that shouldn't have taken down anything, but it took down the internet. So when I look at all of that, when I look through all the devices that we have, some of the pain points, we start evaluating it. These are some of the strategic priorities that we have. Number one, several years ago, we have something, and I was explaining this to our cabinet, but we have something in our district called a ring topology, which means that internet goes around all the buildings and it can travel all the way around. And if something breaks, you can redirect the traffic the other direction so that everything stays up. Several years ago, we had a break in that ring. So we've had an incomplete ring. The network did its job of trying to repair itself, and nothing was done about it at the time. And so it's been running in the wrong direction for upwards of a couple years. We really need to get that repaired so that we can have that resiliency. That's the leg that goes between the high school and the middle school. As part of the construction, there was some damage that happened that aided in that. But actually, as part of that, has made it a little bit easier to repair. So we're hoping that that would be as doable as possible. If you've ever been in the main building, another issue that we have, if you've ever been in our main MDF, which is our main network closet, the floor is falling. And the last thing I want is for the floor to completely fall away and then bring all of our gear with us, because then that'll break all of our fiber lines and stuff. Mr. Benton has been amazing as we've talked through that. I believe he's already gotten quotes and submitted that even yesterday, I think it was, or today. But that's a huge priority so that we don't have things degrading just because the floor is falling out. A couple of the other things are just like some modernization, like with some of our security camera servers, trying to move away from Active Directory, which is a really old technology. We actually did already move to Cloud Print. So that was really exciting that we did that last month. We want to start eliminating Windows because, as I mentioned previously, that is the biggest vulnerability because it has the largest attack surface, and I never want to be on the end of a cyber attack. And then to try to simplify some of our digital infrastructure, we are planning to move away from Microsoft 365 and go completely with Google. We're already paying for the service, but we're kind of double paying right now. And so we'll be able to eliminate almost all of our Microsoft licenses and just stick with our Google licenses. We'll save a lot of money and simplify our environment. So those were just some of the biggest strategic priorities as we move forward. But one of the things that we need to establish is some refresh cycles. So again, that we're more proactive than reactive. So as we look at best practices, I just kind of established what would be the ideal refresh cycle for all of the devices. And you'll see them all listed there on how many years we would want to be able to refresh. If you do something like Macs, refreshing those every 5 years, you can oftentimes sell them back and actually get some actual money to help pay for the next round of them. PCs, you don't really have that option. But you'll notice there it does mention the UPSs, trying to make sure that we replace batteries every 4 years, which hasn't been happening, and UPSs every 8 years. So we tried to look at best practices for all of our devices across our district and making sure that we establish a refresh cycle so that, again, we're planning for these these replacements instead of waiting until something fails and then it's a rough situation. Same with Chromebooks. This is, again, I just did this graphic according to like if we kept the senior Chromebooks, but this can all be changed if we're going to do something different. But we've been doing a refresh cycle. This has already been established and has been working really well for us. So as we look forward to the next 5 years, I'm not going to go through everything because it's a long laundry list, but I will just highlight a couple things. In terms of next year, what I would love to see is us being able to actually move to MacBook Airs. That might not be able to happen next year. There are options to be able to take the cost, which would be roughly about $200,000 to replace all of our staff devices to MacBook Airs. There's an option to be able to do a 4-year lease, and that would break it down to about $50,000 a year. So that's a way that we could do that. A couple other things is to try and make sure that we start replacing the end-of-life UPSs, complete the ring. We do need to do some updates on our camera servers. That will cost some money. It won't be a huge investment. We want to install a long-range camera out at the bus entrance for Mr. Benton so that we have camera that's for the traffic that comes into the bus barn area. Anyways, these are just some of the big priorities that we would have and how we could spread them out. Again, I hate the idea of always having to ask for money. I hate that. But we're in technology, which everything is expensive. And I also know that in terms of a district, the two largest budgets, I believe, are operations and technology. So it's the unfortunate reality, but we want to get to a place where technology is almost forgotten about because it just works. That's what I would like. I would like technology to move out of the way of teachers so that they can do the great work that they do. And we can only get there if we have resiliency and we plan ahead. So that's really what I'm looking for with this, is to try and give us a roadmap, moving away from that crisis management, trying to really get to fiscal stability instead of having big years where we're having to make big, large investments. Do you have any questions, any challenges, any concerns about anything that was in there?
No, I don't. I think, one, I want to say thank you for the steps you've taken to make really most of our district just flow a lot better in the IT world. It's been a huge increase. Like I said, everybody's like, he is the guy, right? But I really, truly am thankful for, your forward thinking. I just encourage, like, when we start looking at this budget process as to what, that for us, it's like, what does that look like? What does your path look like to a number? Everyone's seen, when we went over the budget numbers, we get 15.5 million, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Don't get anything else.
Right.
So how does that fit in all those pieces? How do we maintain our level of staff and stuff like that? Because that is definitely something we want. I know that makes not only your life easier, but everybody's here. When a teacher's machine goes down, there's 22 kids who aren't doing anything, for that day, or it's disrupted. So thank you for that.
No, I know back in December you talked a lot about the moving teachers over to the Mac, which I'm totally love it. I'm a Mac guy. I don't like PCs. But if we were to do something like that, there's going to be a big learning curve. We talked about have to do some training and stuff. If we were to do something soon for them to be prepared for the next school year, do you have a plan, a number, anything like that for us?
When you say number, what do you mean by that?
Price. How much it's going to cost to...
So that's I believe that when I priced it out, it was $190,000. If we did a 4-year lease, it would push it up to, with the percentage of the lease, it would push it up to about $200,000 total over the 4 years, so $50,000 each year. In terms of the training, one of the things that I tried to do is get my guys a Mac in my guys' hands as quickly as possible, so that we're going to be prepared to do. I'm hoping to do like little boot camps. We're going to create some videos this summer, because even if we're not going to do it this year, we're going to start creating those things for them now, because we need to be prepared. So we already have the equipment to be able to do the videos and do it better than what we previously did, which is great. So there definitely is going to need to be some training that will come alongside it.
How much do you think it is for like your roadmap for year one? And like, if we're budgeting this stuff every year, so we're proactive and we're keeping up with this, like we got year 1, year 2 through year 8, and then it starts over however the cycle goes, of what needs to be budgeted for that.
So the unfortunate part is the MacBooks, like if we were to do that, that's a huge expense. The 8 UPSs, each one would be about $2,500. We would typically, in every year after this, not have that many, because right now we're having to do a couple years past that have gone end of life and some that have died this year. So that would be a little bit of a cost. The ring topology is about 20 grand. We are getting the official quote from that, I believe. I'm hoping tomorrow, but if not, it'll come in Monday. So we're talking about a lot of this stuff, and you'll notice if you look at, I don't want you to have to look through it all, but if you look through like the year by year thing, you'll notice where I put some colored dots. The yellow ones will typically be able to handle just in our normal budget, and so no additional capital. It's the purple ones that are going to be the ones that will be the harder ones, and that would be the MacBooks, the UPSs, the Ring, and the transition to Google. The rest of it was all going to be able to handle in our budget.
And the transition to Google, if I remember right, it was a little bit of upfront cost, but it saves us every year.
14 grand a year.
Okay.
Yep.
And we approved what do we approve for the staff to switch over to Max?
We have not done that.
Okay, so that was
yeah.
CTE
We only
one.
did the CTE labs. That's correct.
I wish everybody can see what you put together here, because it is very impressive. Even the dots you're talking about of breaking that down, capital and stuff, this is top notch, man.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's going to unfortunately need to be a little bit of a living document, like it always needs to be. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to know where we're heading. That I don't want to just start heading in a direction. It's kind of like, I'm not going to hop on 287 and not know which direction on 287 I'm going to go if I want to go travel somewhere. I need to know where I'm going.
Corey, how long does it take for a full network reboot? Say the power outage at LSK, right? Without the redundancy and everything, say every UPS dies at the same time.
Oh.
How long is that reboot going to take? How long is the internet going to be down?
Okay, so if every UPS goes down, it will probably take us a half a day. Yeah. And that's just to get them all on power strips and to be able to power them on gracefully.
Yep.
So that's going to be, that'll be lengthy, but that's not saying that anything happens and goes wrong during that process.
Right, that's best case scenario.
Yeah. So Monday we felt the pain points of our Ring being down, as the entire middle school and elementary school were down for about 3 hours. We got that fixed for a good temporary fix and should last us until we can repair the Ring. But that's been like this for a couple years, and we've had all of our traffic coming through one small segment of our network from 2 campuses, all through one small segment, which is why we've had so many phone issues this year, which is why we've had slow internet a lot of times at the middle school and elementary school. Some of that has been remedied now, but some of that is going to get a whole lot better once we repair the Ring.
Yeah, you made my point for me very well. So if that were to happen on a testing day,
It's catastrophic for that day.
catastrophic for that
Yeah.
day, right? So these, as much as we look at IT, and I am speaking from somebody that has been in technology for 23 years, when it fails at the wrong time, it's catastrophic. So getting this stuff taken care of, and I appreciate you laying this out because you've laid it out very well, but getting the network, the ring fixed, getting the UPSs all fixed, having a plan for those things is essential for not just the district to run, but for the education of our kids. So these aren't just costs; these are necessities that need to be taken care of. And I appreciate you finding them and getting them taken care of and having a plan to get it done. So,
You know, my thing is always the things that don't matter as much, and I don't mean to say this bad, do it on the cheap. That's why you have batteries in your microphone sitting in front of you. Okay, like I could have spent a whole lot of money on that, but I did this whole thing on the cheap.
Yep.
Where I want to make sure that we invest our money is what's going to keep the classrooms going.
cool. And we appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, we're going to move to 8G, which is middle of the year data reports for our campuses. That'll be their MAP data and their local improvement plan reports. If you could plan to, Ms. Beckham, you want to go first? And if you could plan to look at your local improvement plan first and then mesh that with your MAP presentation, that would be great. Yes. It's been requested that we take a quick break. Is everybody okay with that?
If there's no
Okay.
dissent, we'll take a 5-minute recess. right, it is 8:33. We are back from recess.
Good evening. Don't worry, I'm not asking for any more money tonight. Just
Not yet,
there.
not yet.
I will present our local improvement plan first. This just shows you, we talked about this part already. We were earlier at earlier board meetings, but we were identified as a campus for targeted support based on our STAR scores for the 24-25 school year. And this shows you our ratings for last year. And then this is our overall accountability rating for the 24-25 school year. We were rated as a C campus. So with that, I met with teachers and we put together a local improvement plan on how we can ensure that our students are growing and get our kids where we know they can be. So we targeted 2 areas. Our first area was data-driven instruction, specifically looking at our TELPAS scores and ensuring that we raise our TELPAS scores. So one thing that we did was we hosted an ESL, I say we, Miss Susanna, she is our ESL coordinator. I partnered with her and she hosted a PLC for our teachers. ESL for ALL, because a lot of the ESL strategies that we incorporate in the classrooms we can use for all of our students. All of our students would benefit from that. And then she does weekly newsletters that she sends out to all of our teachers with additional strategies that they can use in the classroom for all of their students. We have incorporated TELPAS Tuesdays, where our 2nd through 4th graders go down every Tuesday during their win time and they work on TELPAS strategies, because our ESL kiddos have to take TELPAS, which is very similar to a STAR test. And in fact, they just took that, I think the middle school and high school are still taking it right now. But it's very similar to a STAR test. It's on the same platform that they take STAR on. There's 50-something questions that they have to read, like a reading STAR test. So they've been practicing some of those skills every Tuesday. And we've also opened an ESL Learning Lab that is available to all of our ESL kiddos for additional support as needed throughout the day. What we hope the outcome to be from all of that is to improve our campus TELPAS scores. Over the past few years, we have gotten 0 TELPAS points on accountability, which is huge. We can get a total of 4, and I know 4 doesn't seem like a lot of points, but oftentimes 4 can raise a campus level rating, a whole grade level, or not a grade level, like from a C to a B. I'm trying to say that. So that's what we're hoping for, and hoping that we increase that from 0 to 4, and in doing so, it will then increase our accountability rating and improvement in STAR as well. Due to the consistent use of that quality instructional strategies that Susanna shares out with all teachers every week, due to the TELPAS Tuesdays that are available to all of our 2nd through 4th grade students, due to the ESL Learning Lab, her and Kat are paraprofessional. They push in and they pull out from the classrooms daily. They offer intervention support for some of our kiddos as well. They offer materials, they offer resources. They've been a huge benefit to our campus this year, and they are really helping our students get to where we need to be. Another area that we wanted to focus on was the use of high-quality instructional materials every day in the classroom that align to their instructional planning calendars that are MTC and PC. So one thing that we did earlier this school year is we've had some accountability meetings where we've met with teachers, and staff meetings or in PLCs where we've really looked at the data from our STAR scores and broken it down to where we're at, who these students are that we need to make sure we're getting our growth points on, who the students are that we know can get, we know all of our kiddos can get to where we need them to be, but how are we going to get them there? And then we also did a TCMPC calendaring activity in one of our PLCs to make sure that when we're planning our lessons, we're following the YAG or the year at a glance and making sure that we're hitting all the specific TEKs that we need to be hitting throughout the year. We've had our risk assessment and data PLCs after taking beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year, map and amplify, which we'll talk about that in just a minute. Teachers are tracking student growth on teacher data trackers as well as having goal-setting meetings and student data trackers as well. So students know where they are and where they need to be. And then through the continued walkthroughs, oh, there's a typo there, I'm sorry. Walkthroughs and the feedback forms that we use in Strive and all of our classroom observations. One thing that I'm thankful for that the district has done is the Wednesday walks, where we go in Wednesdays with administration and we do walkthroughs. And then we also have a T-test tracker that was provided to us to help us monitor how many walkthroughs we are doing and keeping us on track. And then we use Eduphoria and provide all of that feedback in Strive. So what we're hoping for, we have a goal where we set our students at 90% on STAR. 90% of our kiddos, 3rd and 4th grade, will be at approaches. 60% of our kiddos, 3rd and 4th grade, will be at meets, and then 30% at masters. So that will not only increase our achievement score, but it would also increase our growth score. And we, strive to do that through the consistent use of district-approved resources, following the TCMPC YAG, tracking student data on teacher data tracker, student data tracker. And when I say tracking the student data, I mean we're looking at the MAP data, we're looking at the Amplify data, we're looking at benchmark data, we're looking at unit assessment data, they're looking at their exit ticket data. So anything that they use as a assessment or a check for student understanding, we're tracking that. Do y'all have any questions about that?
Just for those that are maybe listening online, can you tell us what that acronym stands for? TMPCT?
TCMPC, oh goodness gracious. It used to be TEKS Resource System. Now it's what we use for, it's our curriculum that we follow. Kristen, do you, I know.
Sorry.
Cooperative, hold on, it's right here. Texas Curriculum Management Program Cooperative.
Thank you.
Yes.
That.
Thank you.
It's a
Thank
mouthful,
you.
either way you say it, yes.
I'm almost sorry I asked, but thank you.
All right, and now to go over the MAP data, the middle of the year MAP data. What we look at this time of year is our middle of the year MAP data, M-class data. We recently took benchmarks in 3rd and 4th grade as well, so we've looked at that data. Teachers look at their unit assessment data. We look at last year's STAR data and last year's SEL Pass data as well. And for math achievement overall, kinder through 4th grade take math MAP, and as a whole campus, our achievement was in the 70th percentile. And I've broken it down for about how many kiddos were in each area. So about 31 students were in the 1st to 20th percentile, about 53 students were in the 21st to the 40th percentile, about 79 were in the 41st to 60th, 123 were in that 61st to 80th percentile, and 154 were in that that 80th and above percentile. And then breaking it down per grade level, if you look there, kindergarten through 4th grade, we were all in that 61st to 80th percentile for achievement in MAP. And then it's broken down. I don't want to go through all those numbers for you, but it's broken down per student for how many were in each percentile there. Sorry, my box forgot some extra notes. Right, and then our STAR projected proficiency. So this, when we look at the STAR projected proficiency, it's how MAP takes the data that the students, from the student scores on middle of the year MAP and projects how they would do if they were to take STAR. And they only take that for second, third, and fourth graders. So to relate it to our 90, 60, 30, as a campus, second through fourth grade, as a whole campus, and again, second grade wouldn't be included on the actual STAR data, but as a whole campus right now, we're at 79% approaches and above, 43% meets and above, and 13% at masters. So we still have some work to do as a whole campus, but students and teachers are putting in the work every day. Then I've broken it down from third grade and fourth grade. So currently right now, third grade math is at 82% approaches and above, 38% meets and above, and 13% masters. So we're really close there. And then fourth grade is at 79% approaches and above, 47% meets and above, and 22 at masters. And then through our recent benchmark data, we even have some more scores. I know we're not talking about that, but we are really close when we look at the benchmark data to our 90, 60, 30. And then for reading achievement for the whole campus, we are in the 65th percentile achievement, and reading first, second, third, and fourth take the reading map. Kinder does amplify. And right now, the first through the 20th percentile, we're 32 students. There's 46 students in the 21st to 40th percentile, 81 students in the 41st to 60th, 95 in the 61st to 80th, and 99 in that 80th percentile. And then as far as our reading achievement by grade, you'll notice that second, third, and fourth, we are all in that 61st to 80th percentile range, and then our first grade is in the 59th percentile, so they're right there on the bubble. And then it's broken down there per student. And then here's our STAR projected proficiency for reading. And again, we only look at second through fourth grade here, but as a campus, we are at 90% approaches and above, 58% meets and above, and 23% at masters. So we're right there on the line for our campus goal of 90, 60, 30. And then third grade, when we're just looking at third grade, we're at 88% meets and above, 88% approaches and above, 64% meets and above, and 27 masters. So again, right there on the cusp of our goal. And then fourth grade is 88% approaches and above, 56% meets, and 19% at masters. And then our kinder first and second grade kiddos, they take Amplify or M-Class, which is just another assessment to help us look at student data. The great thing about Amplify is that it breaks it down for teachers to look at those specific skills that would help them learn the basics of reading. And so then here, I've broken it down to show you what grade levels and what is assessed through Amplify. So if you look, letter names is K1, letter sounds is K2, phonemic awareness is K1, decoding is K2, word frequency fluency is K2, reading accuracy is first and second, reading fluency is first and second, the error rate is first and second, and reading comprehension is just second grade. And then as far as our scores go, kindergarten and second grade did go down where they needed to go down, and the well below and below and up where they needed to go at and above. First grade, we're kind of where we were at the beginning of the year. But since then, we have had some risk assessment meetings where we've identified some kiddos that we need to look at maybe some dyslexia referrals. We need to put them in intervention. So we've made some decisions to help our students continue to grow and get where they need to be. Science, 2nd through 4th grade take science, and they're in the 75th percentile of achievement overall. And then it's broken down, 15 of those students in 2nd through 4th grade are in the 1st to 20th percentile, 17 are in the 21st to 40th, 42, 41st to 60th, 67, 61st to 80th, and 85 in the 80th and above. And then for grade levels, if you'll look, we're all in that 61st to 80th percentile, and a couple grade levels are close to that 80th and above. And then there's not a projected proficiency for science because we don't have grades that take science on our campus. So it would just be 5th grade. So what we're doing now, we've had our middle of the year map data meetings where we've looked at the trackers that the teachers are keeping up with and monitoring to see where our students are growing, which students might be falling behind, and if they're falling behind, what can we do to catch them up? If they're growing, how can we continue to grow them even more? We've had those risk assessment meetings that I was just telling you about. We did where we've had our dyslexia screener assessment meetings with our 1st grade team, and then we've also had our risk assessment meetings with all of our grade levels. And the risk assessment versus the map data meetings, when we're looking at the risk assessment, we're looking at those students specifically that we might need to provide additional support for. Do we need to put them in intervention? Do we need to if they're in SPED, do we need to go back to ARD and add any additional accommodations? If they're already in intervention, do we need to go back and change their plan? Or just what do we need to do to ensure that they're going to continue to grow the way we know that they can? From that, we've had our targeted interventions through our student intervention teams. We've had student goal setting, data tracking, and growth celebrations. One thing that we did after the beginning of the year was teachers conferenced with each student, and they had a goal tracking chart so that the students saw where they were and where they needed to be, where their middle of the year goal was. And so they were working to meet that middle of the year goal so they could go to their goal celebration. And then teachers are also tracking that data as well. And then we've had our benchmark data PLCs today for 3rd and 4th grade. Some things were structured differently in win time for some of our grade levels. We have done another round of spring tutoring, House Bill 1416 kiddos. They're getting their times met. They're getting additional support in the classroom either during win time or after school. And we're continuing our walkthroughs. And then our 3rd and 4th grade teams, they do a STAR review or spring training leading up to STAR. And then just to show you some of the goal setting that the teachers are doing, there's a picture of the 4th grade goal getters where they're having their students buy into the 90, 60, 30 as well. And then there's an example of what they're doing in 2nd grade as well, striving to meet that goal of 90, 60, 30. So the kids know our goal, and teachers know our goal, and we're working, the teachers and students are working very hard to get there. Do you have any questions?
I would just like to say, great job. Looking at your beginning of year scores and where you're at now, especially on the does not meets, it's a huge increase. Please let everyone know that we are just beyond proud of them for what they're doing. It seems like everybody's on the same path, so it's good. We're excited to see where we end up.
Me too. Me too. Thank you for that. I will share that with everyone because I will tell you they have been working hard this year.
I agree. I was looking at the beginning of the year stuff and comparing side by side. There's a lot of growth in a lot of areas. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think your leadership should be commended, right? You're setting expectations. You're setting it. This is what we're going to do. These are our goals, and you're driving them to do it. And the results are speaking for themselves, right? I think everybody's kind of said it already, but even the areas where there weren't growth like you would expect, you've identified what the issues are and you're already working to make improvements there. So I just commend you. This is fantastic data, and being able to look at the beginning to the middle is seeing that trend it's very encouraging for LSK. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I will share that with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckham. Ms. Bone, you're next.
Yeah, I think that's the one that she started with.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. What'd I do? Did it change the settings? Just from...
Just because I unplugged it. So. Okay. There we go.
That's okay. Okay. So, here we go. This was in our previous beginning of the year information we've shared before. The middle school is identified as an additional targeted support school with a C rating. We've got 77 out of 100. We are wanting to focus on the daily use of highly quality instructional materials. When we do our walkthroughs and our observations, we're looking hard at whether or not they're using district-approved resources. We're also pushing our teachers to create their assessments and their exit tickets through Eduphoria so that it can be tracked and in the same system using high-quality star-based questions. We have been trying to work with our curriculum instructional coach so that we can target specific teachers that need a little bit of maybe classroom management help or their first year teachers, things like that. Let's see. This year we put together some lead teachers, one at each grade level, so they can help support their grade levels and push some of that, like looking at data and who needs to do what for tutoring the students. We are working on some look-fors, like for instance, if I'm going to do a walkthrough this week, I'm going to be looking for this specific thing. So I want you to work on, I think one of the things, Ms. Votaw, we had done before was the ideas for name calling so that it keeps the kids engaged because they don't know if they're getting called. Or a class dojo where it does a randomizer because we found that there were several teachers that would teach to the middle and let kids call out, and so that leaves so many students out of the rotation, and it's easy for them to pull back and disengage. And we, try and gauge the needs of support for each of the teachers based on what we see needs that support. And one of those went to my essential action for building teacher capacity. I had it all on my phone and I got ahead. So we're monitoring the implementation of those resources and teaching practices in the observation and feedback cycle, just like Brandy had mentioned with the Wednesday walkthroughs and trying to strengthen that Tier 1 instruction. Okay, are y'all ready to move to the next one? All right, next tab. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Let me. Oh, no. No, not that I'm trying. We are working with the instructional coach. I have several teachers that I've identified, like for instance, every Friday she works with the entire reading department. And she gives them a homework assignment each week. And then I have targeted specific teachers, which I said earlier, so that based off of, we want to strengthen their instructional practices, their structure of their class, making sure that they are teaching bell to bell, things like that. She is also assigned to a few new year one teachers, and we've seen some tremendous growth with those new teachers working with Ms. Mitchell.
What does that look like as far as when you measure a teacher's performance at the beginning and middle?
You can see the difference in their walkthrough data.
In writing, like,
Mm-hmm.
in your evaluation, like what does it look like when you analyze that at the beginning of the year for this teacher A, B, or C, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you identify the instructional coach. What does that look like in your documentation the first year versus when you have those conversations with them?
Because you'll in those walkthroughs or observations, you'll document, like, there's an area on classroom management. The students were, disengaged or whatever. It's all built within that T-test process, and you'll see that growth in each one of those.
I guess that's what I'm trying. What does that look like for that teacher to see, like, okay, well, at September, we had these struggles, right? And the instructional coach, I'm assuming you worked in that. What does it look like measurement-wise or performance-wise in writing? Or I'm not explaining that correctly or asking
Well,
that question?
I guess I'm confused as to their.
We document that our PLCs, is that right? Or
The teacher progress would be in T-tests, and there could be some documentation in PLCs if they're doing PLCs throughout strategically with staff, yes.
right. And it's just like, what, if I was a teacher, like, what does that look like for me? Like, oh, I'm doing a great job, right? Or not? And I still need to work in.
T-test gives a number as,
Okay.
but it doesn't specify the number in the one area. It's the overall number. But you'll see the difference in the feedback. That, at the beginning of the year, the students were disengaged, and then
The
middle of
feedback
the
from
year-
you or
Yes.
the instructional coach? Okay, gotcha. That's what I was trying to.
Just to clarify, the principal and AP are the only one that can give evaluation, T-test
Okay.
evaluation feedback. The instructional coach is just to support their efforts. She
Gotcha.
cannot give T-test feedback. She's not trained to do so.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got our middle of the year data. We're looking at MAP, previous star, grades, RTI, special services. Ms. Votaw put together this wonderful color-coded spreadsheet that allows us, did you make that, Ms. Votaw? The student data? Yeah, the student data. Because it gives us some color codes. We've got our MAP score, or our STAR scores for reading, math, science, and we added social studies since we have that. And then there's beginning of the year MAP data and middle of the year MAP data, and it's color coded to help the teachers identify the growth areas. Are kids slipping back? And we worked as grade level teams to put all of that data into one document so that they could use that, and they're working right now on pulling together some targeted groups for some after-school tutoring, and that goes with the end of the presentation. We've got our math middle of the year. We had 358 students test. We actually have 362. We added 5th grade to the middle school, so we've got math for all 4 grade levels. About 15% were in the bottom percentile, and 19% in the next one, 25 in the middle, 24% in the green area, and 17% in the 80th percentile. And that's overall throughout all of math. And And then we've got our grades broken up in the 4 grade levels. And you can also see the table with the breakdown of the number of, approximate number of the students. This one is our star projection for each grade level. We have a projection that 18.4% will not meet in 5th grade, 35.2 in 6th, 29.3 in 7th, and 35.2 in 8th. So this is an area that we are going to hit heavy on this semester. We've got a pretty good number in meets and masters, but that still needs to grow to meet our goal. Like middle school made us, actually high school too. We all made goals in our accountability trainings, and the middle schools is 80, 50, 30. So our goal is to push 10% from each progress measure, from does not meets to approaches, approaches to meets, and meets to masters. We've got our reading overview for all of the 4 grade levels. They're in about the 56th percentile. You can see the breakdown in each of the 20 percentile breakdown. Individually, our grades 5 through 8. 5th grade is in the 66th percentile, 6th grade is in the 61st, 7th grade is in the 51st, and 8th in the 53rd. And the box below has the breakdown by the approximate student number calculated from the percentages. And then this is our star projection for middle of the year. Reading has about 13.9% overall projected to not meet, but 20% to master and 34.7% to meet. Science, and again, we've got 5th grade and 8th grade that are taking STAR this year. They combined are in the 72nd percentile. Well, no, that's all 4 grade levels. They all take them. The projection will only have 5th and 8th. And there's the breakdown of all of our students in each of the quartiles, or I'm sorry, the percentiles. Here's the breakdown between all 4 grade levels. 5th grade's in the 74th, 6th grade in the 72nd, 7th grade in the 74th, and 8th grade in the 68th. And then you can see the individual number, approximate numbers in the boxes. Here we go. This is our 5th and our 8th grade projection for STAR in science. 5th grade is projected to have 22.6 does not meet, 16 kids or 18.2% not meet. Our master's expectation is 8.3 for 5th grade and 14.8 for 8th. So like I said, we're looking at our big spreadsheet with our breakdown of all of our kids' numbers to target specific students for that 10% jump per progress measure, and have them tutoring before and after school. And I say before and after because we have some teachers that would rather do it early in the morning. We've got our targeted intervention each semester. Our kids swap from one or the other of their house bill. So if they took their math intervention in advisory 4 days a week for 30 minutes a day, they exceeded their hours. But we do a clean cut because of the semesters, and they swapped. So they went to their second area of need. Our library, we're working very closely with our new district librarian, Ms. Seawald. She has so many initiatives that she wants to do, one of which is the week after spring break, we are going to plan on a literacy STEM night and book fair. And we're going to have lots of STEM activities and literacy initiatives. And she's also partnering with our reading teachers, doing lots of reading initiatives. And she's got some really cool stuff that she's partnering with them. We did lots of accountability trainings this year so that we could understand the breakdowns. And to kind of piggyback off of Brandy, where one of her goals is towards a specific group, we did a breakdown with my staff so that they could understand the need to focus in our ESL population. And once we were done with that accountability breakdown data dig, we had Ms. Marcherano come in and give a great training. So it was a great segue, and they got a lot out of it. We're doing the weekly math and reading meetings. Reading has been going longer than we have with math. And again, utilization of the instructional coach. Any questions?
Where do you think we're at? From beginning of the year to now, where do you think? Where do you think we
still
are?
have room to grow.
We haven't grown anything anywhere. I mean, if you look at your beginning scores, your middle of the year scores, we haven't. So I see some language in there we're meeting, and so I just want to ask you: do you have really an idea of where the areas you need to fix at the micro level?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And I'm working with my assistant principal to break those things down so that we can dig deeper. It's been an adjustment year with adding fifth grade, but we work today to really partner together so that we can look with the microscope.
So one of the things that you had mentioned in the beginning of the year was increased walkthroughs. How are those going, and how are we getting those feedbacks back? Because seventh grade seems to always be a little bit of a challenge every time we talk. So hopefully we're doing some more increased walkthroughs in maybe seventh grade, and maybe using that instructional coach to help them, getting that feedback to them. How's that going, and what is increased walkthroughs looking like for you so far now that you've got to middle of the year with it?
They're not as high as they're supposed to be or that I want them, but we do our Wednesday walkthroughs with an administrator, and then we debrief afterwards and bounce information off of each other to see because sometimes the other person that's in there sees something different than I do, or vice versa.
I was looking.
No, go ahead.
I was looking at some of this stuff. It's not even that we haven't grown; we've gone backwards. It looks like in some math. Middle of the year, beginning of the year, we're at 57th percentile. Now we're at 53rd. So I don't know if what we're doing is working. So do we need to look at something else or follow through better with what we got plans? So. That's just my concern.
The big focus for this semester.
I was just going to say, science is killing it. It's great. And I know math and reading was the lowest. What do you think the biggest disconnect is for the math part? Because it seems that's probably campus-wide the hardest right now, or the struggle. Where do you think the disconnect is with the kids seeing the progress that we'd like to see?
I think there are a lot of factors. We have several new teachers in that department. One thing that we have had as a change at the middle school is our special ed numbers doubled with the addition of one grade level. We've had a lot of struggles adjusting some IEPs to make sure that they are matching the students' needs. I mean, I could name factors all day long, but it's finding the one that is going to make the most impact.
We're kind of like year 3 of the same progress, right? So, I mean, as a board of governance, like our response, I mean, we're at a point, and that's campus, that the state's gonna start making choices for us, right? This has to immediately start to shape. And I don't see from the language in if you could back up a slide, I'd appreciate it, of context into those things, like to where we need to be. So how do you tell us that, weekly math and reading meetings, what do those look like?
The reading meetings have Miss Mitchell in them, and she is going
Are you in
through-
those meetings?
I have not been, no.
Okay. And I think Mrs. Sewell is doing a fantastic job with our district as a librarian, but to just say that we're creating reading programs, how does that translate into the day-to-day operation to see growth? Like, that's really where we're at in this campus over the last 3 years, is we have got to see growth, and we're not. So tell us, like, how are we getting there?
There are lots of factors that I would prefer to have a private conversation, not wide put on YouTube.
Okay.
Anything else?
Do you feel like you have the buy-in from the teachers on our goals? Do you feel like you really have that? I mean, do you feel like on the campus they have the buy-in and like they're really working towards those? I'm not saying obviously they are,
Well,
but
I
do you
think
really feel like you got the
there
good buy-in?
are hills and valleys, of course. But again, I think that there are a lot of other factors that are leading people in a different direction. And again, I would prefer to have a private conversation about that and not live streamed.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bone.
Mhm.
Mr. James, you're up.
Is mine on here already, or?
Which one do you want first? That one?
Yes. All right, good evening again. First, I'll be, excuse me, presenting our local improvement plan. We are not currently in a school improvement identification, but if you look at our accountability, obviously there are some eyesores there that we have to confront and come face to face with. And I liken everything to sports, so it's something I talk to my oldest son about a lot. He'll have a bad game or whatever, and he won't want to look at any of the statistics or the video. And I'm like, dude, if you want to grow, if you want to, you got to confront it and you got to look at it. So this, I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way, but I do shove this in my teachers' faces a lot because I want them to understand that it's a collaborative effort. And honestly, it's not going to change until we do something to change it. So one of the best trainings I ever received, a guy told me that my most important function as an administrator is to observe and to give feedback. And so this year we've really focused on just those two things, and that's something that I want my teachers to get comfortable with. So our first focus item is to build teacher capacity through observation and feedback cycles. I want my teachers to be really, really comfortable with my face. I want my students to be comfortable seeing me. Some of you have kids on campus. I see your kids 3-4 times a week in classes because we set up shop. We live there. And the goal is to see how students react to teaching on a day-to-day basis. It's not to see how a teacher's teaching or what they think is this just grandiose idea. It's to see what the actionable items are that the students are learning. And so our desired outcome is to increase classroom presence and align with quality instruction. We've also done a lot of work on just kind of preparing to see the data that the teachers are presenting for their students, and also just making sure, that the teachers are putting themselves in a favorable position to be able to teach the students what they need to know. So that includes resources. We talked about TCMPC earlier, making sure we're using approved resources to make sure that the students get the most bang for their buck. Which leads us to focus item number 2, and this has been the biggest challenge, is just making sure that the instruction is data-driven. So our teachers kind of get into the habit of, these are the things we've taught in the past, or this is, I've got this big book of knowledge and things that I've done before, but quite honestly, it hasn't really equated to anything that's been impactful for our students. So we want to make sure we're aligning our instruction with our formal and informal assessments. So I expect our teachers to be assessing students every day. When we talk about formal assessments, we've moved into a phase where we're not just informally assessing, but we are every week providing assessments, and the rollout has started with our tested areas to make sure that, we're hitting them first, because obviously that's going to give us the most bang for our buck. And again, some of you have students on my campus, you may hear them complaining about the amount of assessments that they're getting and what that means for them and how they're being graded on those assessments. But I think it's really important that we're giving them the right assessments. It's not that students weren't being assessed before. It's that I don't feel that those assessments were properly or adequately preparing them for the bigger assessments that they'll have. And that's not just STAR or EOC. It's also our ACT and our SAT and things that really impact our students' future. Any questions about either of those priorities?
I'll hop in real quick. So you're doing a bunch of the walkthroughs and observing and seeing all those things. And Mr. Cooper asked earlier about how are you documenting that? How are you getting that information to the teachers and coaching them through those things? How is that working at the high school for you guys?
It's working well. I mean, I go around with my phone. A lot of people go with their clipboards and their computers and whatnot. I just enter the walkthrough right there on my phone, and I press submit so that they can see it, and then we'll follow up with the teacher. Some are more urgent than others, but we have conversations with the teachers, and typically those involve my assistant principal and Ms. Mitchell, if she walks with us, or whomever walks with us. We believe in collaborative walks because sometimes we see things that the other person didn't see, but the real joy is when we are super calibrated and we all have the same understanding and same vision of what we saw and what we hope to see improved. But we have those meetings with teachers. They're not always easy. Sometimes there is resistance and this is what I've always done, or, I'm a former teacher of the year, and those conversations have to happen. And respectfully, I appreciate the teachers for sharing that input. But again, that's when you kind of shove that data in front of them and say, this is where we are, and this is what, this is who we are until we change it. So that data doesn't need to be a surprise to us at any point in the future. And so that's just kind of how we go with it. All right, and escape. Okay, turning attention to map data, and I know you guys have kind of gotten a preview of some of the missing data that there is. It appears that we have somewhat outkicked our coverage to use an analogy. We've gone from a place where there was not really any fidelity with map testing to impressing upon students how important it is, and then seeing that kind of 180 in philosophy, and a lot of students maybe being a little disingenuous with the way in which they take the assessment. And so some of those numbers are not included. But the data that we've primarily been looking at, of course, we wanted to get a gauge from map data. I think that's very important at this time of year. Our classroom observations are equally as important as map data because it gives us an opportunity to see what the assessment looks like on the ground floor. Those informal assessments and then the weekly assessments for the tested areas are kind of our big focus right now. So what we have really focused on is trying to minimize the numbers on the left side. we know that ultimately when we're able to minimize the numbers on the left side, it will maximize the numbers on the right side. And so we want to make sure that students are getting a fair opportunity to go in and assess and have the basic foundational knowledge. Algebra is a tricky one because there is so much building on top of one another. And so if you were struggling with something at the beginning, there's a really good likelihood, unless those numbers were hit, that you're going to be struggling on it in the middle of the year, and it may even compound. And so that's something we've started to uncover as we're looking at our weekly assessments that we're trying to align with MAP and STAR and everything else. Okay, so I'm going to say this once, and then you'll see it every time we go to this chart. I do appreciate the projected proficiency, but if I'm just being transparent, I was kind of burned on this last year because I had teachers who thought that their STAR numbers would look a little bit better based on this proficiency. And I'm not saying it's useless, but what I am saying is that I don't think this is the greatest predictor of STAR performance. And so even though some of the numbers do align with our goal, which I was compelled to change my goals to match Ms. Beckham's because they were attainable but very challenging. And so we're going with the 90, 60, 30 as well. And so you'll see that aside from the masters, we're pretty much hitting all those. I'm just not totally sold on the continuity between one and the other. And so we have chosen instead to build continuity with MAP testing, kind of supplanting that with our weekly assessments, which are aligned to TCMPC, which gives us all our TEKS background, which directly aligns to what they're tested on based on TEA standards. So you'll see here we have our English 1 and English 2 essentially. And again, our goal is to eliminate the red. Obviously, there are circumstances and situations. You got high school kids that are, I got a baseball game and I got a track meet. And so sometimes you just don't get exactly what you want. But our teachers are very well aware of these numbers, and our teachers are working really, really hard to change this because they understand how important it is for their students to perform and how much that impacts us as a whole. The same thing here. We're just looking at 9th and 10th, not 11th. But what you'll see is 9th is the only place where we're really not in the, at least the approaches the way we want it with the 90%. But we're not too far off. And so that's something that, again, is getting, it's something we're looking at every week. And we're aligning everything we do every week with what our goals are. So. And then biology is, it's an interesting, I guess, content area because we have had some shifting and some change in the way we're presenting that information. We have a teacher in there that is doing a phenomenal job of making sure the students are getting their lab time, and she's going back and she's reteaching some things. She's really good at disaggregating data and seeing what areas they may be deficient. Based on, I guess, whatever TEKS and things she's noticing are coming up very often. And so she's done a really good job of helping us there. But all in all, you know, if we're looking again at the projected proficiency, we're at about 2.7% that do not meet. Again, I don't fully trust that number, but I understand that it is a roundabout ballpark thing. But her kids are really killing it on the weekly assessments. And that's just a testament to how she's seeing that assessment, knowing what needs to be assessed, and preparing them each week for those assessments. So she's doing a great job there. So what we're doing now is responding to the data by making sure there's fidelity in all tests taken. And so we have put some measures in place with our weekly assessments to make sure that they understand the importance of them. It's not just the, hey, take this test and then be done with it. There's grades attached to it, and there are some things that we're getting some moaning and groaning about, but it's okay because ultimately we need the data, and we need the data to reflect what they know so we know how to improve that. All of our teachers have spoken to their students about their middle of the year data, which is brand new on our campus. It's not something that's ever happened before, but they've actually taken the time to stop and talk to them. You can walk in the classroom. Ms. Votal's been in there with us, and you can hear students saying, "Oh man, I took a dip for the middle of the year," and they're actually having a conversation about it, which again is something that hasn't been done previously. We have some teachers who are celebrating their growth metrics. They're finding different creative ways to just celebrate the kids, and little prizes and parties and things that just kind of show this is what you're supposed to do, and if you do the things you're supposed to do, you get rewarded. So we're just trying to show the kids that there are rewards for doing things the right way. We are also utilizing that data to plan small groups. We actually will deploy our first official small groups next week. We have a meeting in the morning to just finalize the rosters based on not just the map data, but some of the weekly assessments to see who is kind of on the bubble, who needs to be in those groups, who needs like a more intense intervention, and then who we need to be trying to extend learning for. And rumor has it that a principal may actually be leading one of those interventions, so that'll be a really cool opportunity to kind of get in and work with some students on English, so I'm excited about that as well. Again, we're doing the weekly assessments, and we've created like a data sheet. I can share it with you guys, but it automatically computes some things, and it's color-coded so that they know exactly what items students are struggling on, and they're able to kind of laser focus on the things that are areas of greatest weakness at the time. Again, every conversation I have with teachers about data is our end of the year data should not be a surprise to us. And if it is, we've done something wrong. I want the test to be as hard as possible. I want the standards to be as high as possible. And I want us to, honestly, I want us to kill those standards. And I want us to make sure that we're meeting a very high standard so that when we get a standard that's a little bit more relaxed, we have nothing to worry about. We have no questions. And then finally, we've used PLC time. We found ways to implement PLCs even with that group of tested areas, go through some data protocols, ask them to look at the data, name the data, tell us what they see. There's no emotion in this process. And so when emotion creeps in, we refocus on what the purpose is behind it. Yes, I understand that 75% of your students missed this, but this is not a time to give an excuse for why 75% missed it. This is a time for you to say, well, this is what I need to do to correct it. It's not, if 75% missed it, it's not a student issue, I can assure you. And so being able to own that and name that just the same way that we are administratively, I think has really helped us out a lot. Any questions?
I will say, I know you had some issues with testing and stuff, but if we can get the end of year to look like this, so you're comparing apples to apples, right? So this is broke down 9th, 10th, 11th, and then it says all grades together. So it's hard for us to look at the data and see if we really had growth or going backwards, going forward, what we're doing, because it's not apples to apples.
Right.
So
I agree.
that's something I would like.
Yes, sir.
So I think you had a grade you didn't like last year, right? That deed would kind of punch us all in the
It's the only time
mouth.
I didn't like the letter D.
Yeah.
I started to change my name to Avi.
This guy. I mean, based on your data, you've got a ton of data, weekly data, all this stuff that you're looking at, and your walkthroughs and everything else. I'm assuming you're not looking at a D this year.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Cool. I mean, I agree. I am one of the ones with the kids in your classes, so
Yes, sir.
I see it. So, so anyway, good work, man. This seems like a good direction here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I just want to say I appreciate the all the hard work you've been doing trying to get all this to move forward, and I kind of piggybacking off from what Ms. Norman asked earlier, and you already said you had some hard conversations with teachers, and I'm always about not avoiding the hard truths. How do you feel, like the campus-wide, do you feel supported by all teachers, or is there, because you mentioned like they're talking about, oh, I've done this for years, or I've done this or that,
Yeah. So I guess my perspective is flipped. I don't personally need to be supported. I need to be able to support them. And I do think that even if there's a teacher who may not feel that I support them because I'm holding them to a standard, they feel that somebody on my administrative staff supports them. And my goal is to make sure that all of them feel like they can go to somebody if they have a concern. But at the end of the day, they understand that the work is going to be the work regardless. All right, thank you,
Thank you, Mr. James.
and good night.
Thank you for your help, Corey.
It is 9:33, and we are going to go into closed session. It's 11:37. We are out of closed session. There's no dissent. We're adjourned.